Hello everyone, I'm your storyteller. Thanks for choosing me. Your support motivates me for the best work. I know you're watching this to unwind and drift off to sleep. So before we begin, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And also, where are you from and what time is it there? Let's allow the darkness to take over. Leave all your worries behind and make yourself comfortable. And let's get started. It was a cold autumn evening, the kind where the breeze whispers secrets as it winds through the trees. I remember standing at the edge of the forest, staring into the shadows of towering oaks and twisted willows. When I finally left the forest, dawn was breaking, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees. The whispers faded as I stepped beyond the forest's edge, but their weight remained with me. I knew I would return one day, not out of curiosity, but out of respect for the fire, for the souls it held, and for the promise I had made. Some said it held the souls of the lost. Others claimed it was a gateway to an ancient world. Most villagers refused to talk about it altogether, but I had heard enough over the years to piece together a path, vague and winding, leading to the heart of those forbidden woods. As I stepped into the forest, the temperature seemed to drop. Each footfall was muffled by a blanket of fallen leaves, and every rustle in the underbrush made my heart race. I told myself it was just animals, harmless creatures moving in the night, but there was something about the silence, heavy and watchful, that made me feel as though I wasn't alone. "Do you hear it?" a voice had asked me once. Old Martha, the village herbalist, had leaned in close, her milky eyes searching mine. The woods, they talk, but only to those who truly listen. I thought of her now, her words rattling around in my mind, as the wind carried faint murmurs through the branches. At first, I dismissed it as my imagination, but as I moved deeper into the forest, the whispers grew more distinct. Fragments of sentences drifted past me on familiar words, broken and disjointed, as if the forest itself were trying to speak. "Turn back," they seemed to say, their tone both pleading and warning. My hands trembled and the lantern's glow wavered, but I couldn't turn back, not yet. I was too far in, and something, call it curiosity or madness, pushed me forward. The path was barely visible, a thread of trampled grass and scattered stones winding through the gloom. Shadows danced around me, taking shapes my mind didn't want to recognize. And then, just when I thought I might have lost my way, I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, pulsing like a heartbeat. The bonfire, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The flames weren't red or orange, but a deep, mesmerizing blue, and they rose and fell as though breathing. There was no wood, no visible source to feed the fire. It simply existed, defying every natural law. I stood frozen, unable to move or look away. The heat was gentle, almost soothing, but the air carried a strange hum, a vibration that seemed to echo in my chest. I took a hesitant step closer. The ground beneath my feet felt warm now, as if the fire's energy extended far beyond its physical presence. "Turn back," they seemed to say, their tone both pleading and warning. My hands trembled, and the lantern's glow wavered. But I couldn't turn back, not yet. I was too far in, and something, call it curiosity or madness, pushed me forward. The path was barely visible, a thread of trampled grass and scattered stones winding through the gloom. Shadows danced around me, taking shapes my mind didn't want to recognize. The fire seemed to sigh, and the hum grew louder. Images began to form within the flames, visions of a time long past. I saw a village, bustling with life, and a group of elders gathered around a fire, much like this one. They spoke of protection, of binding something dark and terrible within the flames. Sacrifices were made, lives given willingly to ensure the safety of those who remained. As the vision faded, the fire's voice returned. Softer now, I am their guardian. Their memories, their pain, their hope, Paul, reside within me. But I grow weary. The burden is heavy. My throat tightened. What can I do? And then I heard it, a voice, soft and low, emanating from the flames. "Why have you come?" I almost dropped the lantern. The voice wasn't threatening, but it carried a weight, an ancient resonance that made my knees weak. I swallowed hard and stammered, I wanted to see it, to know if the stories were true." The fire flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw a face in the flames, ethereal and sorrowful. "The stories," it murmured, "are but fragments. Do you wish to hear the truth?" I nodded, though fear clawed at my chest. When I finally left the forest, dawn was breaking, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees. The whispers faded as I stepped beyond the forest's edge, but their weight remained with me. I knew I would return one day, not out of curiosity, but out of respect for the fire, for the souls it held, and for the promise I had made. And now, as I sit by my own small hearth, I share this story with you. Perhaps, in telling it, I can ease some of the fire's burden. Perhaps, tonight, you will feel its warmth in your dreams and carry its memory in your heart. Sleep well, my friend. The forest watches over us all. The fire crackled, its bluish flames dancing in ways that felt almost deliberate. I stood there, my body frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if something beyond myself was holding me there, drawing me in. The warmth from the flames was comforting, not harsh like any fire I had ever encountered. It wrapped around me, soothing the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I leaned in closer, my feet moving almost of their own accord. Every step felt weightless, as though I was walking in a dream. My heart was pounding, but strangely, I didn't feel fear. Instead, there was a quiet peace, a gentle pull toward the fire, as if it was calling to me, beckoning me to understand its purpose. The voice came again, clearer now, resonating from the very flames themselves. "Why do you seek me?" it asked, but the words were not threatening. They were laced with a deep sorrow, a weariness that tugged at something deep within me. I had heard the stories of the bonfire that never went out, of the spirits bound to it, and of the ancient power it held, but standing here, before it, those stories seemed small, almost insignificant. I don't know," I whispered, my voice barely audible, even to my own ears. "I just wanted to see it, to know if the stories were true." The fire flickered, its flames dancing more intensely for a moment, and then the voice spoke again, this time more urgently. "You do not understand. You cannot understand until you've seen what I've seen." I didn't know what to say. My mind was racing, trying to grasp what was happening, but everything felt so surreal. The air around me seemed to pulse with energy, and I could almost feel the presence of something ancient that had been there long before I had ever thought to venture into these woods. The fire continued, its voice soft but full of a haunting kind of grace. "I have watched over this forest for centuries. I have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of countless souls. I have seen the world change, the light dim, and the shadows grow longer, and still I remain, a beacon, a keeper, an eternal flame." I felt a shiver run down my spine. There was a sadness in its words, an overwhelming sense of duty and loneliness. It was as if the fire had been waiting for someone, waiting for me to listen, to understand its story. "Why haven't you gone out?" I asked, my voice trembling, though I didn't know why. There was something about the fire, something about its eternal nature, that unsettled me in the most profound way. The flames flickered again, the glow growing brighter, almost as though the fire was speaking to me through its very light. "I cannot go out," it said, the voice now carrying a note of sorrow. "I am bound to this place, to this forest. The very essence of the woods lives within me, and without me, the forest would cease to exist. I protect it. I protect the memories of those who have walked here before." As I stood there, taking in the weight of its words, I suddenly realized what the fire was. It wasn't just a fire. It was a keeper of memories of all the souls who had come before me, all the lives that had passed through the forest. It was the embodiment of everything this place had witnessed over the ages, and it had never gone out because perhaps it couldn't. The forest around me felt alive, the trees whispering in the wind, the air thick with the weight of time. I could almost hear the voices of those who had come before, their laughter, their cries, their whispers, all carried on the breeze. The fire was not just a source of light. It was a gateway to something deeper, something older. As I stared into the flames, I felt a sense of connection, as though the fire was a part of me now, a part of something much larger than I could comprehend. The world seemed to slow down, the air growing still, as if everything around me was holding its breath. The fire's voice became softer, more intimate. I have witnessed countless souls come and go, it said, its tone gentle now, like a lullaby. Some come seeking knowledge, some come seeking solace, and others come seeking redemption. But all leave in time, and I remain, watching, waiting. I felt my heart soften, the tension that had been building within me slowly dissipating. The fire's words were soothing, like a balm to my tired soul. It wasn't a threat, it wasn't a warning. It was a reminder of something profound, that everything, even the most enduring of things, eventually fades. But it is never truly gone. It lingers in memories, in stories, in the very essence of the earth. And as I stood there, I understood. The fire didn't need to burn out. It had no end, because it was tied to something eternal, the stories it carried, the memories it held, the lives it had witnessed. The fire was a keeper of those things, and in its eternal glow, it gave warmth and peace, not just to the forest, but to anyone who sought its light. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, my body at peace, my mind clear. The world outside the fire seemed far away, as though it no longer mattered. The flames were my only reality, and the soft whisper of the fire, the steady hum of its eternal glow, was the only sound I needed to hear. And then, as quietly as it had begun, the moment passed. The fire dimmed, and the voices faded into the distance. I could still feel the warmth of the fire in my bones, but it was no longer calling me. It was time to leave. With a deep breath, I turned and began to walk away, my footsteps lighter than they had ever been. The woods, too, seemed at peace now, the tension of the night lifting. The air felt softer, the wind gentler, as though the forest itself was bidding me farewell. As I made my way back home, the light of the fire still lingered in my heart. I knew that I would never forget what I had seen, what I had felt. The memory of the fire, the unextinguishable bonfire, would remain with me. A reminder that some things are eternal, and that in the glow of its light, we are all connected, not just to the past, but to the future, to everything that has come before and everything that will come after. And as I lay in bed that night, the soft glow of the fire still in my mind, I drifted to sleep with a sense of peace I had never known before. The forest had shared its story with me, and now, in the stillness of the night, I carried it with me, a quiet comfort in my heart. The fire would never go out, and neither would the memory of that eternal glow. The days following my encounter with the bonfire of the enchanted forest felt like a dream. My mind often drifted back to that mysterious flame, the way it danced and shimmered in the quiet woods, how its warmth wrapped around me like a soft embrace. But as much as I tried to convince myself that it was simply an extraordinary experience, there was a part of me that knew better. That fire, those whispers, the stories it had shared, they stayed with me lingering like a secret only I knew. Soon I found myself unable to speak about the fire to anyone. The villagers, who had always been so quick to tell stories of their own, seemed to avoid bringing it up. They spoke in hushed tones when the subject arose, and the atmosphere around those conversations felt heavy with unspoken fear. It was as if everyone knew the forest held something far beyond the realm of their understanding, and no one dared disturb it. But that silence didn't stop the legends. No, The stories of the enchanted fire had been passed down for generations, and I could feel their weight in the air even now. Over time, I sought out the older villagers, those who had lived their entire lives in the shadow of that forest, hoping they might share their experiences with me. I needed to know more about the fire, about its secrets, and about the people who had heard its voice. One evening, I visited old Thomas, a man who was as much a fixture in the village as the ancient oak tree that stood at its center. He had lived through more seasons than anyone could remember, and his eyes always seemed to carry the weight of countless memories. I had often seen him sitting by the fire at the tavern, gazing into the flames as if he were listening to them. It was that look that made me approach him. "Thomas," I said, sitting down beside him, "I've heard the stories of the fire, the one in the woods, the unextinguishable bonfire, but I need to know more. What do the legends say?" He glanced at me, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing my intentions. For a long moment, he didn't speak. The crackling of the tavern fire was the only sound between us. Finally, he sighed, a deep, almost mournful sound, and looked back into the flames. "You want to know the truth, do you?" he said, his voice low, carrying a quiet strength. "Well, there are many who've sought the fire, boy, many who've heard its call, but not all of them come back the same. Some don't come back at all." I felt a shiver run down my spine, and I leaned in closer, eager to hear more. "There are those," he continued, "who claim to have heard the fire's secrets. They say it speaks to those who are desperate, those who've lost something or are seeking answers to questions too heavy for them to carry. The fire offers peace. It offers understanding." But in exchange, his voice trailed off, and I had to strain to hear him. "In exchange, it takes something from you, something you don't even know you're willing to give." I swallowed hard. The weight of his words sank in slowly, and the air between us seemed to thicken. I could see that Thomas was not just speaking from legend. No, he had lived through it. He had seen what the fire did to people. I could tell he was choosing his words carefully, trying not to scare me, though I knew it was already too late for that. "There was a young man once," Thomas said, his eyes distant, as if remembering something painful. "His name was Elias. He was full of life, just like you, I imagine. And he was determined to find the bonfire. And when he left the forest, he walked back to the village, but the spark in his eyes was gone. He was hollow, like an empty shell. He couldn't remember what the fire had said, but he could feel its weight every time he closed his eyes." Thomas paused, his voice becoming a whisper, almost as if he were afraid to speak the words out loud. "The fire, it spoke to him," Thomas continued, and he listened. He asked it questions no one should ever ask. The fire answered him, but not in the way he expected. It offered him comfort, yes, but it also showed him visions of his sister's last moments, of the pain she had gone through. And when he left the forest, he walked back to the village, but the spark in his eyes was gone. He was hollow, like an empty shell. He couldn't remember what the fire had said, but he could feel its weight every time he closed his eyes. I felt my heart tighten in my chest. I could hardly breathe as I waited for Thomas to finish. "The fire takes a part of you," he said softly. "It doesn't let you walk away unchanged." Elias wasn't the only one. There were others, people who heard its voice and never spoke of it again. They say it reveals the deepest truths about you, truths you might not be ready to hear. And sometimes, when you hear the fire's secrets, you wish you hadn't. There was a long silence after that. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to ask more questions, or if I had already heard too much. Thomas stared into the fire, his gaze lost, as if trapped in a memory that would never fade. "What happened to Elias?" I asked, my voice almost a whisper. "He left," Thomas said simply, "and no one saw him again. Some say he wandered into the woods and became one with the fire. Others say he found a place beyond the world we know. But one thing is certain, he never returned the same. The weight of his words hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. I felt a chill that wasn't from the wind. The legends were true. I could feel it now, deep in my bones. The fire wasn't just a fire. It was something more, something ancient, something powerful. And it wasn't a place we visited lightly. I left Thomas that night with a sense of unease crawling beneath my skin. The fire wasn't something to be taken lightly. And I realized now that the stories I had heard over the years were only half the truth. The legends of the enchanted forest, of the unextinguishable bonfire, were much darker than I had ever imagined. They weren't just stories, they were warnings. As I lay in bed that night, the quiet whispers of the fire echoed in my mind. I knew that I couldn't forget what I had heard. The secrets of the fire, the weight of its voice, the people it had changed. They would stay with me, just as they had stayed with so many others. And though I didn't understand all of it, one thing was clear: the fire would always be there, waiting for those who dared to listen, waiting for those who sought its truth. And maybe, just maybe, I would return one day, but not now, not yet. It was a time like no other, when the road ahead felt uncertain, when every step seemed heavier than the last. I had been traveling for what felt like days, my feet sore from walking, my mind clouded by thoughts I couldn't shake. I wasn't searching for anything specific, only for a place to rest, a place where I could momentarily forget the world's burdens. I hadn't realized how deep into the forest I had wandered until I found myself surrounded by towering trees, their branches intertwining high above, creating a canopy that blocked out the light. The air was thick and cool, with an odd, heavy stillness to it. I had heard the stories, of course the ones whispered around campfires, told in hushed voices by elders who had lived long enough to know things others didn't. The tales of the enchanted forest that lay hidden in the heart of the mountains, a place where time seemed to bend, and where the very earth itself held secrets older than the stars. Some said it was a place of magic, others said it was cursed, but either way, no one dared enter. I had never paid much attention to such things. It all seemed like superstition till now. As the path wound deeper into the forest, a strange feeling settled over me. It wasn't fear exactly, but a deep sense of awe, as though the woods were watching me, waiting for something. My heart raced, not from terror, but from an anticipation I couldn't explain. I found myself walking faster, my mind racing, as if the forest was pulling me in, urging me to go further. The trees whispered in the wind, but not in any language I understood. It wasn't the soft rustle of leaves you'd hear in any normal forest. No, this was different. The wind seemed to speak, as if the trees themselves were sharing their stories, tales of those who had come before me. I opened my eyes, and for the briefest moment, the flames flickered with a deep blue hue, as if revealing something hidden beneath their surface. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. I stood up, the trance of the fire's warmth still lingering in my body, but the sense of unease had returned. I had come seeking peace, seeking answers, and yet the fire had shown me only a glimpse of what lay beneath the surface answers that were not meant to be understood easily. This was no ordinary fire. It wasn't flickering weakly against the wind. It burned brightly, strong and steady, as though it had been there for centuries, untouched by time. The light seemed to pulse, casting strange shadows on the surrounding trees, illuminating parts of the forest I had never seen before, and the air around it was warm, impossibly so, in contrast to the cool chill of the forest. It felt as though the fire itself was alive, as if it was waiting for me to approach. I hesitated, my feet frozen to the ground. It was impossible to describe the sense of both peace and unease that washed over me. The fire felt ancient, and yet, at the same time, strangely familiar. There was something about it that called to me, something in its flames that beckoned me forward. I stepped closer, my body moving almost without my will as I approached the bonfire, I felt the heat intensify, but it was a comforting warmth, not a burning one. It seemed to wrap around me like a protective embrace, soothing my weary body. But there was something that I couldn't quite put into words. It was as if the fire held secrets, things that had been hidden for a long time, and it was offering them to me. I knelt by the fire, its flames swirling around me, and in the flickering light, I began to hear the whispers. At first they were faint, just a murmur beneath the crackling of the flames. But then they grew clearer, sharper, as if the fire itself was speaking to me. "You've come," the voice seemed to say, though no words were spoken. It wasn't a voice in the traditional sense, but a presence, a sensation that washed over me like a wave. "You've come to listen, to understand." My breath caught in my throat. How did it know I had come here, seeking something, seeking peace, seeking answers? It was as though the fire knew my very soul. It had been waiting for someone like me to come, someone who was lost enough to hear its call. As I sat there, mesmerized by the flames, the voice began to speak more clearly, its words flowing into my mind, not with a sense of urgency or fear, but with a quiet patience. The fire spoke of those who had come before me, of travelers who had stumbled upon this very place and who had heard its secrets. Some had left changed, their lives touched by the fire's revelations. Others had vanished, their fates lost to the forest, forever intertwined with the flames. "There are truths," the fire's voice said, "truths that cannot be seen by the eyes alone. Some seek the fire to find answers, but few are prepared for what they will learn. Some come seeking peace, but find only restlessness. The fire takes from those who approach with unhealed hearts." The words echoed in my mind, and a shiver ran through me. This was no ordinary fire. It wasn't flickering weakly against the wind. It burned brightly, strong and steady, as though it had been there for centuries, untouched by time. The light seemed to pulse, casting strange shadows on the surrounding trees, illuminating parts of the forest I had never seen before. I closed my eyes, letting the fire's warmth wash over me, and for a moment I forgot everything. The world outside the forest, my worries, my fears, all of it, melted away. There was only the fire and the peace it offered. But as the warmth settled deep within me, I felt something else, something darker, begin to stir. It was a shadow in my mind, a fleeting image of something I couldn't quite understand. I opened my eyes, and for the briefest moment, the flames flickered with a deep blue hue, as if revealing something hidden beneath their surface. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. I stood up, the trance of the fire's warmth still lingering in my body, but the sense of unease had returned. I had come seeking peace, seeking answers, and yet the fire had shown me only a glimpse of what lay beneath the surface, answers that were not meant to be understood easily. As I turned to leave, I knew one thing for certain. The fire had shown me something powerful, something beyond what I could comprehend. It had shared its secrets, its whispers, but not all of them. Some things, it seemed, were better left unexplained. With a final glance at the bonfire, I stepped away, the shadows of the forest swallowing me whole once again. And though the fire's warmth still lingered in my bones, I couldn't help but wonder, had I truly found what I was looking for? Or had the forest shown me only the beginning of a journey I wasn't ready to finish? I never intended to return to the forest. After the night I had spent by the eternal bonfire, I convinced myself it was nothing more than a fleeting illusion, a momentary lapse in judgment. But as the days passed, an odd sensation lingered in my mind, an inexplicable pull, like an invisible thread leading me back to that strange, fiery glow. I tried to ignore it, but the forest called to me in ways I couldn't explain. It was late afternoon when I found the old parchment. I had been sorting through some old belongings in a dusty attic, the scent of aged paper and wood filling the air. It was there, tucked beneath a pile of old journals and forgotten maps. At first glance, it seemed like nothing more than a scrap of worn, yellowed paper, the edges frayed and torn with age, but something about it caught my attention. A strange marking, like a symbol I couldn't quite place, was drawn at the top. I unfolded the parchment carefully, its fragile surface crackling beneath my fingers. As I studied the map, I felt a cold chill run through me. The path it depicted wasn't just any ordinary trail. It seemed to lead through the same forest where I had stumbled upon the bonfire. My heart quickened as I traced the lines, my fingers brushing over the paper. The map seemed to hum with a strange energy, as though it was alive. I couldn't understand all the markings, but there was one thing I knew for certain. This was no ordinary map. It was ancient, the ink faded, but still legible, guiding the way through the dense trees and winding paths. At the very center of the map was a symbol of flame, surrounded by a circle. It was the exact same symbol I had seen etched into the bonfire's flames the night I first encountered it. For a moment, I thought about putting it back, about leaving the forest behind and never looking back. But some deep inner instinct told me this was a path I was meant to follow. I decided then that I would go back. I would follow the map, discover what lay ahead, and perhaps finally understand the secret the fire held. The next day, I gathered a few supplies, my heart still heavy with uncertainty. The forest loomed in the distance, its towering trees standing like silent sentinels, guarding the path ahead. I stepped onto the familiar trail, my mind racing with thoughts of the mysterious map and the fire that had burned so brightly in the heart of the forest. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick and heavy. The sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. My footsteps echoed in the silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves. Every so often, I would glance at the map, following the lines as they twisted and turned, guiding me deeper into the forest. Hours seemed to pass, though I couldn't be sure. The forest had a way of distorting time, of making everything feel like it was stretching on endlessly. I had lost track of how long I had been walking when I finally came to a clearing. There, in the middle of the open space, stood a large rock formation. I recognized it immediately, the same symbol from the map, carved into the stone. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The rock seemed to hum with a strange energy, as though it too was alive. I reached out and touched it, and the moment my fingers made contact, I felt a sharp jolt of energy run through my body, as though the very earth beneath my feet had awakened. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and I turned to see the trees shaking as if stirred by an unseen force. The flames of the bonfire flickered to life in the distance, their warm glow casting an ethereal light across the forest. I had found it, the bonfire, but this time it wasn't just the sight of the flames that struck me. It was the sound, the whispers, faint but unmistakable, floating on the wind. I had heard them before, those same whispers, but this time they seemed clearer, more urgent, as if the fire itself was calling to me. I stepped forward, my feet moving of their own accord, drawn toward the light like a moth to a flame. The closer I got, the more the whispers grew louder, until they filled my mind completely. They were no longer just whispers in the wind, they were voices, clear and distinct, as though they were speaking directly to me. "You've returned," a voice said, its tone gentle but heavy with meaning. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. The fire flickered before me, its flames dancing with an intensity I had never seen. And as I gazed into the fire, I saw shapes, figures moving in the flames, their faces twisted in agony or ecstasy. I couldn't tell. They were the souls of those who had come before me, their stories written into the very fabric of the fire. "You've come to learn," another voice said, this one softer, like a whisper from the past. "But beware, for the fire reveals only what it chooses." I felt a shiver run down my spine. I wasn't sure what was happening, but there was a deep, unsettling truth in those words. The fire was alive with secrets, but not all of them were meant to be understood. Some were hidden, buried deep beneath the surface, waiting for the right soul to uncover them. I stood there, mesmerized, as the fire continued to burn brightly, its flames twisting and turning with an otherworldly energy. The wind picked up again, swirling around me, carrying with it the scent of earth and smoke. And as I stared into the fire, I felt the pull of something ancient, something beyond the fire itself. It was as though the forest, the fire, and the map had all led me here for a reason to reveal something, to show me a truth that had been hidden for centuries. The flames flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw something familiar, something I had been searching for. A face, a memory, a lost fragment of my past. It was gone before I could fully grasp it, but the feeling lingered deep inside my chest. I turned away from the bonfire, the whispers still echoing in my mind. The forest was silent once more, the wind dying down as quickly as it had come. I didn't know what the fire had shown me, but I knew one thing for sure, had uncovered something that would forever change the way I saw the world. I looked at the map one last time, the path now clear before me, and I realized that this was just the beginning. There were more secrets to uncover, more paths to follow. The fire had shown me a glimpse of the unknown, but the journey was far from over. The map was still in my hands, and with it, I would continue the journey into the heart of the enchanted forest, where the flames burned eternal, and where the whispers never ceased. As I stood before the eternal bonfire, the warmth of the flames seemed to pull at something deep within me, something I couldn't quite explain. The whispers had faded, leaving only the flickering light and the soft rustling of the forest around me. The air was thick with mystery, and the deeper I ventured into the woods, the more I felt the weight of something ancient, something that had been waiting for me. But I wasn't alone anymore. No, there was something else, someone else. I could feel it before I saw it, a presence in the shadows, like the forest itself had taken form and was watching me. It was a chill that crept up my spine, sending a shiver through my body. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't sure if it was fear or curiosity that made me turn toward the edge of the clearing, but I did. There, standing just beyond the reach of the firelight, was a figure. It wasn't quite a man, but not quite a shadow either. The figure was tall, draped in what seemed like a cloak woven from the very night itself, its edges blending into the darkness behind. I couldn't make out its face, only the outline of a hood and the faintest glimpse of a pair of eyes, glowing faintly in the dark like embers. For a long moment, we stood there in silence, neither of us moving, both of us waiting. My heart raced, yet there was something oddly calming about the presence. It was as if the forest itself had decided to offer me guidance, though I wasn't sure if I should trust it. Still, I knew deep down that this was no ordinary moment. I had been led here, drawn into this mysterious place by forces beyond my understanding. The figure took a step forward, its movements fluid, almost too smooth, like the shadows themselves were carrying it toward me. Then, as though it had waited long enough, it spoke. The voice that came from the figure wasn't loud, but it seemed to fill the space around me, seeping into my bones, wrapping around my thoughts. "You have found the fire," it said, its tone low and measured, almost soothing despite the strange sensation it gave me. "But it is not the fire you seek." I swallowed hard, feeling the words sink in, the weight of them pressing against my chest. I had no idea what the figure meant, but I knew that somehow I had already walked too far into this mystery to turn back now. "What do you mean?" I found myself asking, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it extended a long, pale hand toward me, the gesture slow and deliberate. In that moment, I saw something else, something that wasn't quite right about this shadowy guide. The hand seemed to shimmer with a strange light, flickering like the flames of the bonfire, and when it moved, the air around it crackled. this journey, it is not yours alone, the figure finally replied. You must follow the path, but know this. You will be tested, and not all who follow the flame are meant to return. My heart clenched in my chest. The words were like a warning, a quiet threat hanging in the air. I felt the chill in my bones again, and yet there was something almost comforting about the way the figure spoke. It wasn't forcing me to do anything, only guiding me, offering what little advice it could. The truth, however, felt far darker than I had anticipated. But the map, I protested, my fingers tightening around the edges of the parchment that had led me here. It showed the way. The bonfires, the key. The shadowy figure shook its head, slowly, its hood tilting as though considering my words. The map was not wrong, it said softly, but it only shows part of the story. The flame is but a doorway, a portal to something older, something deeper. The fire burns, yes, but it does not reveal everything. You must seek what is hidden. The air grew heavier with each word, and I felt a knot form in my stomach. I was unsure whether I was more afraid of the figure or the journey that lay ahead. Something inside me knew that what the figure spoke was true. There was more to the forest, more to the bonfire than I had ever imagined. And where do I go now? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The forest had a way of leading, of guiding those who dared to enter. The figure stepped closer, its shadow stretching across the ground like a living thing, the flames of the bonfire flickering in the wind. Follow the path, it said. It will lead you to the heart of the forest, to where the fire's true power resides. I hesitated. What will I find there? The figure's eyes glowed brighter for a brief moment, almost as though it were smiling under the hood. Only what you're willing to face, it said, its voice laced with an eerie finality. Some truths are too heavy to carry, but you will have to decide what you leave behind. Before I could respond, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the night as quietly as it had appeared. Its presence lingered for just a moment longer, and then there was nothing. Only the soft crackle of the bonfire and the distant whispers of the forest. I stood there for a while, lost in thought, the map still clutched tightly in my hands. The guide had gone, leaving behind only cryptic words and a sense of foreboding. But as I looked into the fire, I knew I had no choice but to follow the path it had set before me. The wind picked up once more, whispering through the trees as if urging me to continue. I took a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill my lungs. The forest was alive with sound, but it was different now, mature, deeper, as if the trees themselves were waiting for me to step forward. I moved, slowly at first, following the path that lay ahead. The bonfire flickered in the distance, a guiding light in the dark, but I knew now that there was something more to this journey, something I had yet to uncover. And as I walked deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not by the shadowy figure, but by something older, something ancient, something that had been waiting for me. The path ahead was unclear, but the fire would always guide me, even when the shadows seemed to close in. There was no turning back now. The journey had only just begun, and though I didn't know where it would lead, I knew one thing for sure. I would face whatever the forest had in store for me, and in the end, perhaps the fire would reveal more than I ever expected. The forest around me had changed. The moment the shadowy figure disappeared into the night, something in the air shifted. It wasn't just the usual rustling of leaves or the chirping of distant creatures. The entire forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The trees, tall and ancient, stood like silent sentinels, their bark gleaming under the soft glow of the bonfire. But there was more to it, something I could feel creeping up my spine. The forest wasn't asleep, it was waking up. At first I thought I was imagining it. The wind, which had been gentle just moments ago, now carried a low hum, like a song sung in a language I couldn't quite understand. The whispers, faint at first, were growing louder. They weren't just the rustling of leaves in the breeze. They were voices, soft, almost like a sigh. But each whisper seemed to carry a different emotion, some soft and inviting, others sharp with a warning that pricked the back of my neck. I stopped walking, trying to make sense of the sounds. My heart beat faster, thudding in my chest. Was it the forest itself, or something else? Something that had always been there, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. The wind picked up again, this time more forcefully, as if it were pulling me forward. A shiver ran down my spine, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around myself for warmth. Yet, there was no chill in the air. It was the eeriness of the moment, of the unknown, that made me feel like I was exposed, vulnerable. I took a step forward, and that's when I heard it clearer this time. A voice, soft, almost a whisper, but there was no mistaking it. It wasn't my mind playing tricks. The voice was real. Turn back, I froze. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes darted around, searching the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. The forest stood still, but the voice lingered in the air just beyond reach, like a secret not meant to be uncovered. The path ahead was the only way forward, and the whispers promised something I couldn't resist, something that would reveal everything I needed to know. But as I stepped onto the path, I felt it a sudden rush of wind, a feeling of pressure, as if the forest itself had exhaled, releasing its grip on me. The whispers quieted, replaced by a deafening silence. And then, far off in the distance, I saw it, the bonfire. Its flames had grown taller, brighter, burning more intensely than before. They were no longer just distant sounds, they were right there, in the air, surrounding me. Leave this place, before it's too late. My feet felt heavy, as if the forest itself was pulling me deeper into its heart. But I couldn't stop now. I had come too far. The map, the fire, the shadowy figure had all led me here. I had to keep going, even if the forest itself seemed determined to turn me away. I took another step. The whispers ceased for a moment, and I felt a deep, unsettling silence settle in. My own breath seemed too loud in the stillness. But then, just as I thought the night had swallowed every sound, a new noise echoed through the trees. A low growl, deep and guttural, it seemed to come from the very earth beneath my feet. It rumbled in the distance at first, but then it grew louder, closer. The trees creaked and groaned as if they were alive, responding to the strange disturbance. I turned toward the sound, my heart racing now. The air around me was thick, almost suffocating, as though the forest itself was alive, breathing with me. My eyes searched the darkness, trying to make out anything that moved. But all I could see were shadows that seemed to move and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A shape moving swiftly through the trees, too fast to be human, too large to be any animal I knew. The figure was cloaked in darkness, its form shifting as if it were part of the forest itself, blending in with the night. I gasped, stepping back instinctively. The growling grew louder, closer, and for a moment, I couldn't tell if it was the figure or something else coming toward me. My mind raced. What was that? What was chasing me through the woods? But just as suddenly as the figure had appeared, it vanished. The growling stopped, the silence returning as if nothing had happened. I stood there for a moment, breathless, my pulse thundering in my ears. I wanted to turn back, to flee, but something kept me rooted to the spot. It was as if the forest was holding me captive, forcing me to move deeper into its heart. And then, the whispers began again. Only now, they weren't warning me to leave. They were calling me. Come closer, they whispered. Find what lies hidden. The sound of footsteps broke the silence, slow and deliberate, echoing around me. I looked up sharply, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was no one there. The footsteps seemed to come from everywhere at once, circling me. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, pulling me forward. I had no choice now. Something deep within me urged me onward. I stepped forward again, feeling the soft earth beneath my boots, my every movement careful and deliberate. The trees parted, revealing a narrow path that hadn't been there before. The firelight from the bonfire flickered in the distance, but I couldn't turn back now. The path ahead was the only way forward, and the whispers promised something I couldn't resist. Something that would reveal everything I needed to know. But as I stepped onto the path, I felt it a sudden rush of wind, a feeling of pressure, as if the forest itself had exhaled, releasing its grip on me. The whispers quieted, replaced by a deafening silence. And then, far off in the distance, I saw it, the bonfire. Its flames had grown taller, brighter, burning more intensely than before. But this time, it wasn't just the fire that called to me. It was the promise of answers, of secrets that had been buried for centuries, waiting for the one who would dare to listen. The forest was awake now, and so was I. The night had settled in completely by the time I reached the bonfire. But it wasn't just the fire that held my attention. It was the moon. The full moon hung in the sky, casting its silvery light across the forest, illuminating the path ahead. The trees, their ancient trunks swaying softly in the breeze, were bathed in the ethereal glow. The moonlight made everything seem surreal, as though I were walking in a dream, both haunting and beautiful. It was here, in the midst of the enchanted forest, that I began to feel a strange sense of serenity. As I moved forward, the whispers that had been haunting me throughout the night began to fade, replaced by a deep, peaceful silence. It wasn't trying to drive me away. It was guiding me, showing me the way. Without a word, the figure it could be called that gestured toward the path ahead. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I realized that I wasn't alone. The path was no longer empty. The shadows, once dark and ominous, now danced in the light of the moon. The glow of the fire behind me flickered and crackled, but I didn't feel the need to rush toward it. There was something calming about the journey, something that drew me deeper into the forest. The air was cool, but not cold, and each breath I took was full of life, full of the earth and the mystery that surrounded me. I felt at peace. It was in these moments that I realized the forest wasn't trying to trap me or warn me. It wasn't pushing me away. It was trying to show me something hidden beneath the surface. Something ancient, something pure. As I walked, I noticed the pathways beneath my feet shimmering, like they were made of stardust. Each step seemed to glow under the moonlight, revealing a trail that I had never seen before, as if the forest itself had opened a secret path just for me. The trees around me whispered in a language I could feel more than understand, their leaves rustling gently in the soft breeze. It wasn't a sound of warning now. It was a song, a melody that called me forward, filling me with a calm that I didn't know I had been craving. The bonfire was still there, burning brightly in the distance, but now it didn't seem as urgent. The path beneath my feet became more clear, and I could feel the presence of the forest guiding me. There was no fear now, only curiosity, wonder, and an overwhelming sense of connection. It felt as though I had always belonged here, that this forest, these paths, this fire, they were all a part of me. And then, just as I was beginning to lose myself in the tranquility of the moonlit pathway, something unusual happened. I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow darting just beyond the trees. For a brief moment, I wondered if I had imagined it. But then the shadow appeared again, slower this time, as if it were deliberately trying to catch my attention. It was unlike anything I had seen before. It wasn't human, nor was it animal. It was a presence, an energy, something that moved and flowed in the moonlight, yet didn't seem to belong to any shape I could recognize. My heart skipped a beat, but the feeling was different this time. It wasn't a feeling of fear. It was ... anticipation. Something was about to happen. Something important. The shadow moved closer, and I took a step back instinctively. But then I heard a sound, a soft, soothing hum. The air around me seemed to vibrate, the very ground beneath my feet resonating with the low frequency of that sound. It wasn't just a sound, it was a sensation that wrapped around me, inviting me to listen, to understand. I stood still, my breath quiet in the cool night air, as the shadow emerged into the light of the moon. The figure that appeared before me was not threatening. In fact, it was beautiful in its own way. It shimmered in the moonlight, almost translucent, as though it were both part of the forest and not of it at all. The creature, or whatever it was, moved gracefully, as if walking on air, and its eyes, glowing softly, seemed to search mine. The peaceful hum filled the air again, and I felt a deep calm wash over me. For the first time since I had entered the forest, I didn't feel lost or out of place. In that moment, I realized the forest wasn't just a place, it was alive, a living, breathing entity that had been waiting for me to come. It wasn't trying to drive me away. It was guiding me, showing me the way. Without a word, the figure, it could be called, that gestured toward the path ahead. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I realized that I wasn't alone. The path was no longer empty. The trees, I could feel the magic of the forest at my back, and the soft murmur of the wind in my ears made me feel as though I were walking in a dream. But it was real. It was happening. I followed the figure, unsure of what would come next, but strangely at peace. The moon above us bathed the world in its soft, pale glow, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly into the forest. The air was heavy with magic, but it was a peaceful magic, the kind that doesn't rush you, that doesn't demand your attention. It's the kind of magic that simply exists, like the stars in the sky, waiting for you to notice it. As I walked on, my steps light and steady, I felt the weight of the day's worries lift off my shoulders. The long journey, the uncertainty, the fear, all of it began to fade away. I was here, in this moment, surrounded by the forest, the moon, and the fire that waited for me at the end of this path. There was no more anxiety, no more stress, just the soft rhythm of my breath and the quiet peace of the forest. The moonlight continued to guide me, casting its silvery glow on everything around me. Each step I took felt like a step closer to something greater, something beyond the ordinary world. And in that serene silence, with the hum of the earth beneath my feet and the soft rustle of the trees above, I realized that the forest was more than just a place of mystery and magic. It was a sanctuary, a place where time didn't matter, where the only thing that mattered was the journey. I had no need to rush. The forest, the moonlight, the fire, it was all here for me, and all I had to do was follow the path wherever it might lead. The path ahead of me seemed to stretch infinitely into the night, the silvery moonlight flickering across the darkened trees. The soft hum of the forest, which had once been a calming presence, now began to grow fainter. The deeper I ventured, the quieter it became, as if the forest itself had fallen into a hush, holding its breath. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that I wasn't alone. The air grew heavy, thick with an unfamiliar tension. I pressed on, my footsteps muffled by the damp earth beneath me. The cold night air, still and silent, wrapped itself around me. I could hear the distant crackle of the bonfire, a comforting sound, but it felt far off now, almost as if the fire was becoming a memory, slipping away as I moved further into the forest. I wasn't sure why I continued, why I walked deeper into the unknown. There was something about this journey, something about the pull of the moonlit path that kept me going. And then, just as I felt the weight of my thoughts pressing down on me, I heard it, a soft hoot, distant at first, but growing louder, more deliberate. My body tensed, and I instinctively slowed my pace, my eyes darting to the shadows around me. The hooting grew clearer, and I realized it was coming from somewhere above me, from the treetops. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and the silence was deafening. I held my breath, waiting, straining my ears, and then I saw it. Perched on a branch just ahead of me, a large owlet's feathers, shimmering in the pale moonlight, stared down at me with eyes that seemed to glow with an ancient, knowing light. Its wings were vast, stretching out like dark sails against the sky, and it sat completely still, as if watching me, waiting. For a moment, I didn't move. I was frozen by its gaze, feeling as though the owl could see straight into the very core of my being. Then it spoke. Not in a voice, not in words, but in my mind. The message was clear. Turn back, it whispered. The trials ahead are not for you. This path holds more than you are ready to face. The words were not just a warning. They were a truth that resonated deep within me. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as the owl's eyes never left mine. Its gaze was intense, piercing. It knew something I didn't. It knew what lay ahead. The forest is alive, it continued, but not all of it will show kindness. There are trials here that will test your spirit, that will push you to the very edge of your soul. And once you pass through them, there is no turning back. Are you prepared for what awaits? I swallowed hard, the weight of its words sinking in. There had been an overwhelming sense of peace up until now, but the owl's presence, its warning, shattered that illusion. Was I truly ready for what lay ahead? Or had I wandered too far into something I didn't understand? The owl tilted its head, as though studying me, waiting for my response. I didn't know what to say. The forest felt different now, more oppressive. The moon, once a guide, now seemed to glow faintly, as if it too was aware of the danger. The owl hooted again, its wings unfurling as it took flight, soaring high above the trees. I watched as it disappeared into the night, its call echoing in the distance. But even as it left, the heaviness remained. The forest felt darker, and the sounds of the night grew louder, more urgent. The once serene path now seemed to twist, the trees closing in around me. With every step, I felt the pull of the bonfire, but I also felt the weight of the owl's words pressing against me. The trials ahead were no longer an abstract warning. They were real. I didn't know what kind of trials the owl meant, but I knew they would not be easy. And as I walked further into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that the world around me had shifted. I was no longer a traveler, simply following a path. I was on a journey that had taken on a life of its own. I paused, looking around. The trees, though silent, seemed to be watching me. Their gnarled branches reached out, twisting in unnatural shapes, as if trying to warn me, or maybe trying to guide me toward something. The forest wasn't just alive. It was aware of me, and I realized in that moment that I wasn't alone in this journey. The owl had been just the first of many guides. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, taking in the silence, letting it wash over me. The forest seemed to breathe in sync with me. The air was thick, heavy with anticipation. I could feel the trials ahead, like dark clouds gathering on the horizon. They were inevitable. And I knew that, no matter how much I wanted to turn back, I had to continue. But as I opened my eyes, something strange happened. The trees, which had seemed so dark and foreboding just moments before, now appeared almost welcoming. The shadows that had once been ominous now seemed to take on a softer hue. The bonfire's crackle echoed faintly, like a distant call, guiding me forward. The owl's warning echoed in my mind, but I couldn't deny the strange pull, the strange comfort in the uncertainty ahead. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but one thing was clear: I was in this journey for the long haul. I couldn't go back. The forest had already begun to shape me, and I could feel its pulse in my veins, urging me on. With one final glance back at the fading shadows, I pressed forward. The path, though uncertain, no longer seemed as frightening. The moon above me shone brighter than ever, casting its light on the trail ahead. I didn't know what trials awaited, But I knew that I was not walking alone. The forest, the owl, and the ancient secrets hidden within the enchanted forest were now a part of me. And with that realization, I walked on, the soft rustle of leaves beneath my feet the only sound, and the fire ahead still beckoning, its warmth waiting to embrace me when the time was right. The forest had become a different place now. What had once seemed like an enchanted haven was beginning to feel like a realm of forgotten memories, each tree and leaf holding whispers of things long past. The path, illuminated by the moon's soft light, now seemed to beckon with more urgency, more purpose. Every step I took felt heavier, as though the forest itself was guiding me towards something I could neither understand nor control. The sound of crackling fire reached my ears again, but this time it didn't comfort me. Instead, it felt like an invitation, one that I had no choice but to accept. The deeper I walked into the forest, the more vivid the sensations became. The air around me grew thicker, heavier, laden with an ancient, almost oppressive energy. The shadows that once seemed playful now stretched out unnaturally, their fingers trailing across the forest floor like the grasp of unseen hands. I paused, my heart thudding in my chest. Then I heard it a whisper, soft at first, like the rustle of leaves, but growing clearer. It wasn't the wind. It was a voice, distant yet unmistakable. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The voice was not human, nor was it animal-lit. It was the voice of the forest itself, of the land, of the trees, of the fire. It was a voice from the past. Come closer, it murmured, soft and enticing. Come closer to the fire, and you will learn the truth. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The call was irresistible, pulling at something deep within me. The fire that I had been following, the one that burned without end, flickered through the trees. I walked towards it, almost against my will, unable to resist the pull. As I drew nearer, the sounds of the forest changed. The leaves, once whispering softly, now seemed to speak in a language I couldn't understand. They murmured ancient tales, their voices carrying through the trees like the remnants of forgotten conversations. The firelight grew brighter, illuminating the scene before me. And then I saw it. There, standing just beyond the firelight, were figure shadows, really of people from another time. They were ethereal, translucent, like memories caught between the past and the present. Their faces were faint, their features blurred, but their presence was undeniable. These were the souls of those who had come before me, those who had been drawn to the enchanted forest and had never returned. I froze, my heart racing, but I could not look away. One of the figures, a man, cloaked in dark robes, stepped forward. With that realization, the voices grew faint, their presence fading into the night. The fire, too, seemed to settle, its flames quieting, though its glow still lingered in the trees around me. I was no longer alone, but I was not the same. The forest had marked me, just as it had marked those who had come before. The fire still burned, its secrets held tightly within, and I, too, would carry those secrets with me, wherever I went. They spoke in fragments, stories of love, loss, betrayal, and tragedy, stories of those who had sought the bonfire, seeking something they could never find. The figure raised his hand, and the fire flickered, sending a cascade of sparks into the air. The flames shifted, forming shapes that twisted and turned, becoming faces of people long gone. Their eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. They came, just like you, the figure continued. They sought the fire, thinking it would grant them peace. But what they found was far from what they expected. The fire doesn't offer peace, it offers truth. And truth is not always gentle. The ground beneath me seemed to tremble, as though the earth itself was reacting to the figure's words. The shadows around me lengthened, their forms shifting. as though the forest itself was alive with the spirits of those who had come before me. I could hear their voices now, clear and distinct. They spoke of trials, of tests that had broken them, of choices made that had led them down paths they could never undo. One voice, a woman's, reached out to me. "Do not follow where they have gone," she whispered. "The fire will take from you what you cannot return. It will ask more of you than you can give. And once you have given it, there is no turning back." The air around me grew colder, and I could feel the weight of the spirits pressing in on me, urging me to leave. But I couldn't. The pull of the fire, the need to understand, was too strong. I stepped forward, my legs moving of their own accord. As I approached the fire, the figures stepped aside, their forms flickering and fading into the shadows. And then I was alone, standing before the fire. The flames danced and swirled, their light casting strange shadows on the trees around me. The warmth of the fire reached out, touching my skin, but it was not comforting. It was like the touch of something ancient, something that had seen far more than it should have. As I stood there, staring into the flames, I felt a presence behind me. Slowly, I turned. The figures were still there, watching me, their eyes filled with the same longing and sorrow that had filled the voices. The man's voice returned, softer now, almost a sigh. "This is the truth," he said. "This is the cost of seeking answers. The fire will show you everything, but in the end, you will be changed. No one leaves the forest the same, not the way they entered." I felt a chill run through me as I stood in the light of the bonfire, surrounded by the spirits of those who had come before me. Their voices were still in my ears, their warnings still echoing in my mind. The truth of the forest, the fire, the trials, was not something that could be easily understood. It was a truth that would change me, just as it had changed them. But it was too late to turn back now. The fire had already begun its work. I could feel its warmth seeping into me, filling me with something I couldn't name. It was as though the fire had a life of its own, and I was nothing more than a vessel for its secrets. And as I stood there, enveloped by the firelight, I understood. The bonfire was not just a flame, it was a living memory, a repository of all the souls who had passed through this forest, seeking answers, seeking peace. It held their stories, their pain, their hopes. It was a reflection of the past, a past that could never be forgotten. With that realization, the voices grew faint, their presence fading into the night. The fire, too, seemed to settle, its flames quieting, though its glow still lingered in the trees around me. I was no longer alone, but I was not the same. The forest had marked me just as it had marked those who had come before. The fire still burned, its secrets held tightly within, and I too would carry those secrets with me wherever I went. The night had deepened, and the forest around me seemed to hold its breath. The bonfire's light flickered as if caught in a dance with the wind, casting strange, twisting shadows on the trees. The warmth from the flames no longer comforted me as it once had. Instead, it felt distant, almost like it was teasing me, offering warmth that was just out of reach. But something else had begun to stir in the air, the chill. At first it was subtle, a breeze, soft and quiet, threading its way through the trees, brushing against my skin with a coldness that made me shiver. It felt unnatural. There was no breeze before, nothing that could explain the sudden drop in temperature. But as the minutes ticked by, the chill grew thick and biting, creeping into my bones, turning the warmth of the fire into a distant memory. I looked around, searching the darkness beyond the light of the fire. The trees seemed to lean in closer, as if listening, watching. The whispers of the past that had filled the forest earlier were now quiet, as though the very air had stilled. But in their place, there was something else, something that didn't belong, a faint laughter. I froze, my heart stopping for a moment as the sound reached my ears. It was quiet at first, almost too soft to be real, but it grew louder, creeping from one direction to another, swirling around me like a ghostly wind. It wasn't the laughter of any creature I knew, nor of any person. It was different, distorted, echoing, like a child's laugh mixed with something darker, something more sinister. You hear them, don't you? The voice continued, its tone still light, but filled with something darker now. The others, the ones who came before you. They walk this forest too, just like you, but they never leave. Not really. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What do you want? My voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like a cry in the stillness. The figure didn't answer immediately. Who's there? I whispered into the darkness, my voice trembling despite myself. The laughter stopped, a moment of chilling silence that hung heavy in the air. I strained to hear any response, but the only sound was the crackling of the bonfire, its flames licking at the night sky. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and then, as if the laughter had never ceased, a voice, soft and insidious, whispered through the wind. You think you're alone, don't you? The voice was light, mocking, as if it was toying with me. But you're not. You've never been alone here, not really. My pulse quickened. The air seemed to thicken, the trees pressing in closer as though they were watching me, waiting. The faint whispers from before began again, but this time they weren't coming from the past. No, this was something different. These were voices from the present, real voices, soft and hushed, like the rustling of leaves, but with a sense of purpose. The cold grew more intense, until it felt like ice in my veins. I could feel it, a presence now behind me, standing just out of my sight. I dared not look, afraid that whatever was there would see my fear and feed on it. The laughter echoed again, louder this time, more distinct. I took a step back, my feet crunching on the forest floor, the sound far too loud in the silence. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. And then I saw it. A figure, barely discernible against the shadows of the trees, moved with an unnatural fluidity, stepping closer to the firelight. Its form was distorted, shifting like smoke or mist. I could make out no distinct features, only a shape, a silhouette that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like a memory slipping through my fingers. My heart pounded in my chest. The cold that had crept into my body now seemed to be spreading outward, suffocating me. The laughter came again, louder, more mocking. The figure stopped just outside the reach of the fire's light, its presence radiating an unsettling stillness. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My eyes were fixed on it, even as my mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't look away. You've come, the voice whispered again, this time with a softness that chilled me to the core. The faint whispers from before began again, but this time they weren't coming from the past. No, this was something different. These were voices from the present, real voices, soft and hushed, like the rustling of leaves, but with a sense of purpose. The cold grew more intense, until it felt like ice in my veins. I could feel it. I dared not look, afraid that whatever was there would see my fear and feed on it. The laughter echoed again, louder this time, more distinct. You hear them, don't you? The voice continued, its tone still light, but filled with something darker now. The others, the ones who came before you. They walk this forest, too, just like you, but they never leave, not really. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. What do you want? My voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like a cry in the stillness. The figure didn't answer immediately. It simply stood there, as if weighing my words, studying me. And then the laughter returned, softer this time, as though it was in my ears, in my very mind. What do I want? The voice repeated, and I felt a cold shiver travel down my spine. I want you to understand, to feel what they felt, to know what it means to be lost here. You think you're seeking the fire, but the fire seeks you. The pages were yellowed with age, and the writing on the cover was faded. but it was clear enough to make out the title, The Forest's Secrets. I could hardly breathe as I opened the book, the pages crackling under my fingertips. The words written there were in a language I didn't recognize, but something about them seemed strangely familiar. The figure stepped forward, closer now, so close that I could almost feel its presence against my skin, like a shadow wrapping around me. "The fire remembers," it said softly, the words carried on the wind. "It remembers everyone, the laughter, the pain, the lost souls." And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of its presence behind. The cold breeze, carrying with it that chilling laughter, faded into the distance. The forest seemed to exhale, the tension releasing with the wind. I stood there, trembling, alone but not truly alone. The fire still burned before me, its flames dancing in the quiet night, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better now. Something had shifted, something had changed. The laughter, the figure, the cold none of it had been an illusion. It was real, and it was a part of the forest now, just as much as the trees, the whispers, and the fire. And as the night wore on, I realized that I was no longer just a visitor to the enchanted forest. I was part of it, and it, in turn, was now a part of me. The fire's crackle had softened, a gentle whisper in the night, but the cold wind still lingered around me, biting at my skin. It was strange how the air could feel so heavy and full of secrets. My mind wandered back to the figure I had seen earlier, the one that spoke of those who came before, of those who were lost, and of the fire that never forgot. But there was something else pulling at my attention, now something deeper, something hidden. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my clothes, the shadows of the trees stretching long around me. The laughter had faded, but the sense of being watched hadn't. It was as though the forest itself was waiting for something, holding its breath, waiting for me to make my next move. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this place than met the eye, and I had barely scratched the surface of its mystery. I wandered away from the bonfire, my steps slow, deliberate, but my heart quickening with every step. The air felt different now, charged alive in a way I couldn't explain. I wandered deeper into the woods, the path beneath my feet growing rougher, the underbrush thicker, until I came upon something I hadn't seen before. A tree, but not just any tree. It was enormous, towering above the others, its bark dark and gnarled, twisted in a way that made it look like it had lived 1,000 lives. Its roots were exposed, curling and weaving around each other like a labyrinth, and in the center of its trunk was a hollower, dark opening, so wide and deep it seemed to swallow the light around it. It beckoned me, pulling me closer, as though the tree was calling to me. I hesitated for only a moment before stepping toward it. There was no sound now, just the gentle rustle of the leaves in the breeze. The air smelled rich and earthy, but there was a strange, almost metallic undertone to it, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I crouched down, peering into the hollow. It was dark, far darker than the rest of the forest. At first, I thought it was empty, but then I saw it a glint of something in the darkness, something that didn't belong, something that had been hidden, forgotten. With a steady hand, I reached in, brushing away the leaves and dirt that had accumulated over time. My fingers grazed something cold and smooth a metal handle. My heart skipped a beat as I carefully pulled it out. It was an old lantern, its brass surface tarnished with age, but it was still intact. I brushed off the dust and dirt, feeling the weight of it in my hand. But the lantern wasn't the only thing that lay hidden in the tree's hollow. As I looked deeper, I noticed something else, something that sent a chill crawling up my spine. A small, leather-bound book, its edges worn and frayed. The pages were yellowed with age, and the writing on the cover was faded. But it was clear enough to make out the title, The Forest's Secrets. I could hardly breathe as I opened the book, the pages crackling under my fingertips. The words written there were in a language I didn't recognize, but something about them seemed strangely familiar. The symbols seemed to pulse, almost alive, as though they were trying to tell me something. I ran my fingers along the edges of the pages, my heart pounding in my chest. The words on the page felt like they were pulling me in, whispering to me, urging me to understand. I set the lantern down beside me and continued flipping through the book, my fingers trembling with every turn of the page. It spoke of the forest, its heart, its spirit. It told of a forgotten chamber, hidden deep within the roots of the oldest tree in the forest. A place where the fire burned eternally, and where the souls of the lost found their way home. A chill ran down my spine as I read those words, my mind racing. The fire, the eternal flame, the one I had seen burning bright in the center of the forest, calling to me. Was this book connected to it? Was it leading me to the answers I sought, or to something far darker? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, knocking the lantern over and causing the pages of the book to flutter wildly. The firelight flickered, casting strange, elongated shadows on the trees. The book, the lantern, everything seemed to come alive, as though the forest itself was reacting to my discovery. I felt a strange, irresistible urge to follow the path laid out before me. I stood up, my legs shaky but determined, and began to make my way deeper into the forest, the book and the lantern in hand. The wind whispered around me, carrying with it faint echoes of the past, the laughter of the forest, and the soft murmur of voices that I could almost understand. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches creaking and groaning as though they, too, were aware of my journey. The path was no longer clear. It twisted and turned in ways that felt unnatural, but I followed it all the same. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the forest felt lively in a way I couldn't explain. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon something else, something even more incredible than the hollow tree I had discovered earlier, a clearing. In the center of it stood a massive stone archway, its surface covered in ancient carvings that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. The ground around it was bare, save for a few scattered stones and the faint outline of what appeared to be an entrance. I approached the archway cautiously, my heart racing in my chest. The lantern flickered in my hand, casting a soft glow on the stone as I stepped closer. The book was now open in my hands, its pages fluttering as though caught in the wind, and I felt something stir deep within me, a sense of knowing, of understanding that I couldn't quite grasp. I stepped through the archway, and the moment I did, the air around me changed. The temperature dropped, and the world seemed to shift. I could feel the weight of the forest around me, pressing in, suffocating me with its ancient secrets. The darkness seemed to reach out, enveloping me, and I realized with a start that I wasn't alone. In the center of the clearing stood an altar, its surface covered in strange markings, worn with age. Beside it, a small fire burned, a flickering, dancing flame that seemed to move of its own accord. And around the fire, in the shadows, were figures. Ghostly, translucent, their eyes watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. They didn't move. I reached the altar, my hand trembling as I placed the lantern down. The fire's light flickered in response, growing brighter for a moment, before settling back to its original eerie glow. The figures around the fire began to whisper, their voices barely audible, like a chorus of distant memories, forgotten and lost to time. And then, just as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone, leaving only the faintest echo of their presence behind. I stood there, frozen in the stillness of the clearing, the book clutched tightly in my hands. The forest had shown me its secrets, its hidden chamber, and its forgotten artifacts. But in that moment, I realized that the true secret of the forest was not just in what it held, but in what it had taken. And as I stood there, surrounded by the echoes of the past. I couldn't help but wonder if I, too, had become part of its story. The fire burned on, casting its light into the darkness, waiting for the next soul to find its way to its eternal flame. The fire flickered gently in front of me, its orange glow casting long, shifting shadows across the clearing. For a moment, everything was still the kind of stillness that you feel deep in your bones, as though the world itself has paused, holding its breath. The air around me felt thicker, heavier, like I was being enveloped by the very fabric of the forest itself. I could hear the distant whisper of the wind through the trees, but it was more than just the wind now. It was a voice, an echo from another time. I stared into the fire, captivated by the dance of the flames, the way they twisted and turned, almost alive in their movement. The warmth was comforting, a sharp contrast to the cold that had begun to creep into the edges of my skin. As I watched the flames, something strange happened. The fire began to change. It was subtle at first, just a slight flicker in the pattern, but then it became more pronounced. The flames seemed to flicker faster, their movement more erratic, until they settled into something different altogether. I blinked, my heart pounding in my chest. The fire was it. Shifting, the flames no longer appeared to be simply flames. They were images, visions. At first, it was just a glimpse of shadow moving at the edge of my vision. But then, it became clearer. The fire revealed the silhouette of a person, standing tall and proud, clothed in robes that shimmered like stardust. They stood in a forest, another forest, one that was not this place, but felt strangely familiar. Their face was hidden in the shadows of their hood, but I could sense their presence, feel the weight of their gaze. I leaned forward, my breath catching in my throat. The figure moved, their steps deliberate, measured, as though they were walking with purpose. And then the fire shifted again. The figure faded, replaced by something else, a scene from another time, another place. This time, I saw an old stone castle, standing tall against a backdrop of rolling hills. The sky was dark, heavy with clouds, and the wind howled through the trees. I could hear the distant sounds of horses galloping, the clang of metal as warriors prepared for battle. The images in the fire grew more vivid, more real, as though I were seeing them through a foggy window, trying to make sense of the blurry figures within. The flames flickered and danced, casting shadows on the ground. I could hear the whispers now, two faint voices carried on the wind. They were not words, not exactly, but a language I could feel deep within my chest, as though the very air around me was alive with meaning. I was no longer sure if the fire was showing me the past or the future, or if it was simply a reflection of the forest itself, mirror of its memories, its forgotten stories. But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The fire was alive with history, with stories untold, and I was caught in its pull. The scene shifted again. This time, I saw a woman, standing alone in the midst of the forest. Her eyes were wide, filled with an expression I could not read, but her posture was one of defiance, of strength. She held something in her hand, something glowing, pulsing with a strange energy. The fire flickered, and I saw a flash of light, bright and blinding, before the image faded into darkness. I shook my head, trying to clear the strange sense of disorientation that had settled over me. The air felt charged, thick with the energy of the forest and the fire, and the whispers seemed to grow louder, more insistent. I could almost make out words now, but they were jumbled, chaotic, like a language I had once known but had long forgotten. And then, as if in answer to my unspoken thoughts, the fire shifted once more. The flames reached higher, the light growing more intense, and suddenly, I was no longer looking at the images from the past. I was in them. I was standing in that same forest, the trees towering above me, their branches twisted and gnarled, like old hands reaching out to grasp me. The wind howled through the leaves, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and something more, something ancient, something that smelled of decay and forgotten dreams. I looked around, and that's when I saw her, the woman from the fire. She was standing just a few feet away, her eyes now fixed on me, her face pale in the moonlight. The glowing object in her hand pulsed with a soft, eerie light, casting shadows that danced around us like specters. She didn't speak, but I could feel her presence, feel her energy, like a force that pulled me closer. My feet moved of their own accord, as though drawn to her by an unseen power. The ground beneath me shifted, the earth trembling as if it were waking from a deep slumber. The trees groaned, their branches swaying violently in the wind. I reached out a hand, but before I could touch her, the scene changed again. The fire flickered violently, the images distorting, twisting into something I could not recognize. And then it all stopped. The flames settled, returning to their usual steady dance. The fire was quiet again, its warmth a comforting presence in the night. But something had changed. The air around me felt heavier, as though the forest had just revealed its deepest secrets, its darkest memories. The fire had shown me things I couldn't fully understand, things I was not yet ready to comprehend. Yet, the vision of the woman, of the glowing object in her hand, lingered in my mind, burned into my memory like an imprint on my soul. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the wind whispering through the trees, the fire crackling softly beside me. I sat there, staring into the flames, the echoes of the past still lingering in the air around me. The forest was alive, its memories woven into the very fabric of its being. And I was now a part of that story, part of its history, part of its eternal dance. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing down on me, its ancient presence surrounding me, its stories unfolding like pages in an old, forgotten book. The fire flickered, casting one last glance at the past, before it settled into its quiet, steady glow. I didn't understand it all, maybe I never would, but as I sat there, surrounded by the warmth of the flames and the whispers of the forest, I felt at peace. The fire had shown me glimpses of something ancient and powerful, something that existed long before I arrived, and something that would remain long after I was gone. The fire of the enchanted forest had revealed its secrets to me, and now they were mine to carry. The night deepened around me, the moon casting its silvery light over the forest, making the shadows of the trees stretch and sway like ancient specters. The bonfire before me crackled and popped, sending occasional embers into the night air, where they briefly flickered before fading into the dark. But there was something different about this fire, something not entirely of this world. The air felt thick, heavy with an energy I couldn't quite explain. I sat there, entranced, my gaze fixed on the flames. The fire had already shown me glimpses of the past visions of warriors and ancient figures, moments lost to time. But tonight, as I stared into the heart of the bonfire, I felt a change. It was subtle at first, just a shift in the way the flames moved, but soon it became impossible to ignore. The fire was no longer just a fire. It was something else, something alive. A soft sound began to rise from the heart of the flames, so quiet at first that I thought it might be the wind or the crackling of the wood. But no, it was something more. A melody so faint and distant at first that I could barely make it out. It was a haunting tune, a melody that seemed to come from deep within the fire itself, as though the flames were singing to me. I leaned forward, my breath catching in my throat. The song grew louder, clearer, a soft, mournful tune that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the fire. It was like nothing I had ever heard before, beautiful, yet filled with a sadness that tugged at my heart. The music wasn't just in my ears, it was in my soul, vibrating through me, pulling me into the fire, into the heart of the forest itself. I closed my eyes, letting the melody wash over me. It felt as though the very earth beneath me was resonating with the song, as though the trees, the stones, the wind, everything around me was alive with it. The notes swirled around me, weaving a tale I couldn't fully understand, yet felt deeply connected to. There was something timeless about it, something ancient and powerful. As I listened, I could feel the fire pulling me deeper into its spell. I opened my eyes, and the flames seemed to shift in time with the song. They no longer just flickered and danced. They swirled and twisted, their shapes taking on new forms, shapes that almost resembled faces, figures beings from another time, another world. Their eyes glowed with an ethereal light, their mouths moving in silent harmony with the music. I could feel the warmth of the fire on my skin, but it was as if the warmth was coming from somewhere else, somewhere deep within the forest. The melody, its sadness, its longing seemed to echo in the very trees, their branches swaying with a rhythm that matched the song. The sound filled the night and the forest. The haunting melody continued to grow, filling every corner of my mind, every inch of the clearing. I could feel it pulling at my memories, stirring things long forgotten. I saw flashes, brief, fragmented images of faces, of places, of moments from times I had never lived. Faces in the fire, their eyes filled with grief and joy, their hands reaching out as if they were calling to me. I couldn't place them, but I knew, somehow, that they were not strangers. They were part of the forest, part of the fire, part of the very history that this place held in its heart. The song became more intense now, faster, louder, and with each note, I could feel myself drifting further away from the present. My body felt light, as though the melody itself was lifting me, pulling me toward the fire, toward the spirits that danced within it. I reached out a hand, trembling, almost as though I were reaching for something just beyond my grasp. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the music stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. The fire, which had once roared with life, now flickered softly, its flames dancing gently on the wind. The night air, which had felt so alive with energy, now seemed still and heavy. I sat there, stunned, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to understand what had just happened. But the fire, the song note, was gone, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence, like a whisper in the wind. The forest around me was silent again, as if nothing had changed. But I knew something had. Something deep and ancient had been stirred within the earth, within the fire, and within me. The melody still lingered in my mind, a soft echo that refused to fade. I glanced around the clearing, half expecting to see something or someone emerge from the shadows, but there was nothing. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying in the gentle breeze, and the fire, though still burning brightly, seemed ordinary once more. I couldn't explain it. I had heard the song, felt its pull, and now it was gone. But I knew, deep in my heart, that it wasn't over. The forest was full of secrets, full of memories, and tonight I had been granted a glimpse into its soul. I had heard its song, felt its heart beat with mine, and in doing so, had become part of its story. As I sat there, my mind swirling with the remnants of the haunting melody, I realized that the forest would always hold its mysteries. The fire, the trees, the wind, they were all bound together by something far older than I could comprehend. And though the song had ended, its echoes would remain with me, a haunting reminder of the night I had heard the voice of the enchanted forest. The night wore on, the fire crackling softly, and I stayed by its side, my thoughts drifting between the world I knew and the world the fire had shown me. The melody still hummed quietly in my soul, a song that would stay with me for the rest of my days, a song from the flames, from the heart of the enchanted forest. The air around the bonfire felt unusually heavy that night, as if the very forest itself was holding its breath. I had spent many evenings by this fire, listening to its crackles and watching its flames flicker and sway. But tonight, night felt different. The night had a weight to it, a strange silence that wrapped around me, making me feel like I was not alone in the clearing. The fire crackled as usual, but there was a stillness in the air that didn't belong. It was as if something ancient and forgotten had awakened, and the forest was waiting for me to notice. My eyes drifted from the flames to the edges of the clearing, where shadows seemed to twist and shift. I thought I saw something, or someone, standing just beyond the light of the fire. The wind stirred, and the flames flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the trees. That's when I saw her a figure, ethereal and pale, standing near the edge of the clearing. She was unlike any person I had ever seen. She was draped in a flowing gown that shimmered with the faintest silver light, her hair cascading down her shoulders like a river of night. Her face, though beautiful, was streaked with tears. There was a sorrow in her eyes, a deep, mournful sadness that made my heart ache. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Was she real? Was she a ghost? I wasn't sure, but I knew she wasn't of this world. Her form seemed to shimmer in the firelight. She stood there, silent and still, watching me with those deep, sorrowful eyes. Are you real? I whispered, unsure if I was speaking to the wind, to the fire, or to the figure before me. She did not answer immediately. Her gaze lingered on me, as if searching for something within me. Then, finally, her lips parted, and her voice soft and broken, like the wind through the trees, whispered to me. I was once like you, full of hope, full of dreams, but now all that remains is sorrow. The words chilled me to my core, yet I couldn't look away from her. There was something compelling in her presence, something that made me feel as though I had been waiting for her, even though I had never seen her before. She stepped forward, her feet barely touching the ground, as if she was drifting rather than walking. I was once a maiden of the forest, she continued, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. My heart was pure, my spirit unbroken, but I loved, and in my love, I was betrayed. Her eyes darkened as she spoke, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. The sadness in her voice was palpable, and her words seemed to echo in the air, wrapping themselves around me like a fog. He promised me the world, but in the end, he left me to wander these woods alone for eternity, with nothing but my tears and my broken heart. I didn't know what to say. I was frozen, caught between fear and empathy, unsure whether to comfort her or to run from the sadness that seemed to pour from her like a river of grief. The fire crackled and shifted, the flames dancing more wildly as her story unfolded, as though the very flames were alive, bearing witness to her tale. The forest was my sanctuary, she continued, her voice trembling. It was the only place where I could feel him near me, where I could hear his voice in the wind. But now, the trees are silent. The birds do not sing. The winds do not whisper. My name and I am lost forever. I could feel the weight of her words sinking into my bones. Her sorrow was so overwhelming, so deep, that it felt like it was reaching out to touch me, to pull me into the depths of her sadness. I wanted to reach out, to take her hand, to offer her comfort, but I couldn't move. She wasn't like me, and I wasn't sure if she could be touched. She was not of the living world, and yet, in that moment, she seemed more alive than anything I had ever known. There is no peace for me here, she whispered, her voice breaking as if the words themselves were too painful to speak. No rest, no end to the pain. I looked into her eyes, and for a moment I saw it the raw, unspoken pain that had bound her to this place. I could feel the weight of her sorrow pressing in on me, like 1,000 years of grief had settled in my chest. It was overwhelming, but I couldn't look away. I couldn't abandon her, not when her heart seemed to reach out to mine. Why are you showing me this? I asked, my voice trembling. Why now? The maiden's gaze softened, and she took another step forward. Her form shimmered as if it were on the verge of vanishing completely. You are here, sitting by the fire, listening to the forest's stories. You have heard its songs, seen its visions, But there is one thing the forest holds that no one dares to speak of. She paused, her eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that sent a chill through my body. The forest remembers. It remembers everything. And in its heart, it carries the sorrow of all who have loved and lost. I didn't know what to say. I was overwhelmed, torn between the need to comfort this poor lost soul and the growing dread that was creeping up inside me. The forest was full of stories, full of memories, but to feel the weight of them all, to experience that sorrow firsthand, was too much for any living soul to bear. The fire flickered once more, the shadows deepening around us, and I felt the temperature drop, a coldness creeping through the air. The maiden's figure began to fade, her form growing more translucent. Her sorrowful eyes, the last thing I saw before she was gone, swallowed up by the night. As her presence disappeared, I felt a sense of quiet emptiness settle over the clearing. The wind picked up again, the fire crackling more gently, but the weight of her story lingered in the air, a reminder of the pain that had once been, and perhaps still was, woven into the fabric of the forest itself. I sat there for what felt like hours, my mind swirling with the sorrowful tale I had just witnessed. The fire before me flickered, casting its warm glow on the trees, but it no longer seemed quite as comforting. The forest had its secrets, its stories some beautiful, others dark and filled with pain. And tonight, I had glimpsed one of those stories, a story of love lost and the eternal sorrow that followed. As the night grew deeper, I slowly stood up, my heart heavy with the weight of the maiden's words. The fire, though still warm, seemed quieter now, as though it too felt the sorrow that had been shared. I didn't know what the future held for me, but one thing was certain. The enchanted forest would always have its secrets, and tonight I had uncovered one more, a tale of love, of loss, and of a tearful maiden who would never truly find peace. The fire crackled softly as I sat by the edge of the clearing, my gaze fixed on the dancing flames. The air was still, the forest eerily quiet, save for the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The shadows seemed to stretch longer than usual, creeping along the ground like silent watchers. I shifted uneasily, pulling my cloak tighter around me. It wasn't the chill in the air that unsettled me, though it was something deeper, a sense of anticipation that I couldn't shake. I had been to this spot many times before, always under the glow of the bonfire, but tonight felt different. Something was off, something I couldn't put my finger on. The forest, once so familiar, now felt foreign and full of secrets. My heart beat faster, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder, as if someone or something was standing just out of view. The flames flickered again, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. That's when I saw him. A figure, cloaked in darkness. His presence was almost like an illusion. His form seemed to blend into the shadows, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined him. But then, there he was again, moving closer. His steps almost silent, despite the dry leaves that littered the forest floor. My breath caught in my throat. The man, or whatever he was hooded, his face hidden in the folds of his cloak. His presence felt wrong. There was something about him that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He moved with purpose, as if he knew exactly where he was going, yet there was no sense of urgency in his stride, just calm, measured steps. I couldn't help but feel like I was watching something that I wasn't supposed to see. He reached the edge of the firelight and paused. His gaze seemed to scan the area, lingering on me for a moment before he spoke. His voice was low, almost a whisper, like a breeze brushing through the leaves. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his words carrying a weight that settled on my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. His warning hung in the air, but I didn't understand it. This was my spot, the place where I always came to reflect, to find peace. So why did it feel so wrong now? What do you mean? I finally managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure tilted his head slightly, as if considering whether or not to reveal more. His hooded face remained hidden, but I could feel his eyes on me dark, intense eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The forest is changing, he said slowly, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable sense of dread. There are things here, things that stir when the fire burns, things that have been waiting, watching, and now they are hungry. A chill ran down my spine. I wanted to laugh it off, to dismiss it as some sort of strange, late-night fantasy, but something in the way he spoke kept me rooted to the spot, unable to shake the feeling that this was not just a warning, it was a prophecy, a truth too terrible to ignore. What kind of things? I asked, and I instinctively flinched. His presence seemed to draw the warmth from the air around him, leaving me with an icy chill that seeped into my bones. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he seemed to be studying me, as though weighing whether I was worth the risk of revealing what he knew. The forest has its guardians, he said finally, his voice quieter now, almost as if he were speaking to himself. But they are not always what you think they are, and sometimes even the guardians can be corrupted by the hunger of the forest itself. I blinked, trying to make sense of his words. Guardians? Corrupted. What was he talking about? The fire, he continued, his voice dropping even lower. It calls to them. And tonight it will be their feast. I swallowed hard. The shadows seemed to grow longer, stretching across the clearing, twisting into strange, unnatural shapes. My heart pounded in my chest, and for the first time, I began to feel the true weight of his warning. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely audible. The figure did not answer immediately. He took another step forward, his movements slow, deliberate, and yet he seemed to glide effortlessly through the night. There was something almost predatory in the way he moved, like a hunter closing in on its prey. "I am a messenger," he said at last, his tone even more somber. "I have been sent to warn you, to tell you that the forest is waking up. The fire-it is not your friend tonight. It is the key to what lies beneath, what has always been beneath." The air grew colder, and I could feel the ground beneath me shift, as though the earth itself was stirring. The trees creaked and groaned in the wind, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal arms. The fire, which had once felt warm and comforting, now seemed like an ominous force. The flames flickered and danced, casting strange shadows that seemed to whisper in the darkness. "You need to leave," the figure urged, his voice now laced with urgency. "Before it's too late, the darkness will rise, and once it has claimed the forest, it will claim you too." I opened my mouth to protest, to argue that I couldn't just leave, that I had no reason to run from what felt like a bad dream, but the words caught in my throat. Something about the look in his eyes, the way his voice trembled ever so slightly, told me that he wasn't just another strange wanderer in the woods. He wasn't a mere illusion. He was trying to save me. But from what? Before I could speak again, he took a step back, as if the very presence of the fire was pulling him away. His form seemed to fade into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness. I wanted to shout, to ask more questions, but the words wouldn't come. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. I was left alone in the clearing, the fire crackling in front of me, its warmth now feeling distant, almost hollow. My mind raced, my heart pounding in my chest. Had I truly seen him? Had the warning been real? Or had I been lost in some waking dream, a trick of the firelight? But deep down, I knew I had to leave. The air felt wrong. The forest seemed alive in a way it never had before. Something dark, something ancient, was stirring beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise. With a final glance at the fire, I turned and began to walk toward the edge of the clearing, the shadows following me like silent watchers. The forest seemed to hum with an eerie energy, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it had already begun. The stranger's warning echoed in my mind, the gravity of his words weighing on my soul. The forest was waking up, and it wasn't something I could ignore, not anymore. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft, pale light that filtered through the thick canopy of the forest. The air was still, save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the distance. I sat by the bonfire, the warmth of the flames offering some comfort against the cold that seemed to creep in from every corner of the woods. But something was different tonight. The fire, which usually brought me a sense of peace, felt distant, almost as if it were keeping its secrets from me. As the fire crackled and popped, sending tiny sparks into the air, I heard it a faint whispering. It was as though the trees themselves were speaking, their ancient voices murmuring in a language I couldn't understand. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I wasn't alone. I looked around, scanning the dark forest, but I saw nothing. The shadows of the trees stretched long and twisted, the moonlight barely reaching the ground. I could hear the faintest movement, like footsteps on dry leaves, but every time I turned, there was nothing. A sudden chill swept through the air, causing the flames to flicker and dance wildly. It was then that I saw them. At first, it was just a trick of the light shadows, stretching and shifting in the moonlight. But then, as I watched, they began to take form. Figures emerged from the darkness, their shapes translucent, flickering like candle flames. They moved with a fluid grace, their movements synchronized as though they were part of something much larger, something ancient and powerful. I gasped, my heart pounding in my chest. There were at least a dozen of them, ghostly figures, their bodies shimmering with an ethereal glow. They were dressed in robes made of gossamer, their faces hidden behind hoods, but I could feel their eyes on me. The air grew thick with a strange, otherworldly energy, and I knew, deep down, that I was witnessing something that was never meant to be seen by mortal eyes. The figures began to move in a circle around the bonfire, their steps slow but deliberate, as if they were following some ancient rhythm only they could hear. The firelight cast strange, distorted shadows on the ground, and the flames seemed to dance in time with the figures' movements. I wanted to move, to run, but my feet felt frozen to the ground. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the spectacle unfolding before me. There was something hypnotic about the way the figures moved, something that pulled me deeper into the trance of their ritual. As they danced, the air around me seemed to thrum with a deep, resonant sound. It wasn't music, not exactly, but a kind of humming vibration that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The ground beneath me seemed to shift, as if the forest were alive, breathing in time with the ritual. Then, one of the figures stopped, its movements slowing to a halt. The others followed suit, coming to an eerie stillness. It was then that I heard its voice, not from any of the figures, but from deep within the forest itself. It was low, haunting, and filled with a sorrow that seemed to echo through the very trees. Tonight, the veil is thin, the voice whispered, its tone filled with an ancient sadness. The past calls to us, and we answer. I shivered, the cold now creeping into my bones. The fire flickered wildly, casting strange, twisting shadows around the clearing. The figures began to move again, this time more swiftly, their steps more erratic. The firelight flickered and flared, and I could hear the sound of chanting rising in the airsoft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. The flames crackled violently as though reacting to the sound, their light now casting strange, jagged shadows on the forest floor. I felt a sense of dread wash over me, but I couldn't look away. The figures were no longer just dancing, they were performing some kind of ritual, their movements growing more intense with each passing moment. I could feel the weight of the ancient energy they were summoning, a power older than the forest itself. older than the earth beneath me. One by one, the figures began to raise their arms toward the sky, their faces hidden, but their forms radiating a strange, otherworldly light. The chanting grew louder, more desperate, and the fire seemed to respond. The flames flickered violently, reaching higher into the sky, as if trying to break free from the confines of the bonfire. Then, everything went still. The fire burned brightly, but the flames no longer danced. The shadows around the clearing seemed to grow deeper, darker, as if the night itself had consumed them. The figures stood motionless, their arms still raised toward the sky, their bodies glowing with an eerie light. The air was thick with an energy I could feel deep in my chest, a heavy, oppressive weight that seemed to press down on me. And then the voice returned, louder now, more insistent. "Do you hear it?" the voice asked, a note of desperation creeping into its tone. "The forest calls. It calls to you." I didn't understand. The forest had always been a place of peace for me, a place where I could come to reflect and find solace. But now it felt like something entirely different, something darker, more dangerous. The trees whispered, their voices faint but unmistakable, and I realized they were not whispering to each other, they were speaking to me. The figure at the center of the ritual suddenly turned toward me, and for the first time, I saw its face, or rather, what remained of it. The face was pale and hollow, with deep, empty eyes that seemed to stare right through me. I could feel its gaze, cold and penetrating, and it made my blood run cold. "You were not meant to witness this," the figure said, its voice now a hollow echo, a faint whisper in the wind. "But now that you have, you must understand. The forest demands its tribute. The ritual has begun. There is no turning back." The fire flared one final time, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The figures, once glowing with light, began to fade into the shadows, their bodies dissolving into the night. The chanting stopped, and the air grew still once again. The fire burned quietly, its warmth now the only thing left in the clearing, but the sense of foreboding remained, hanging heavy in the air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart racing in my chest. What had I just witnessed? Was it a dream, a hallucination brought on by the fire? Or had I truly seen the forest's ancient rituals, something that had been hidden from human eyes for centuries? The answer, I knew, was not something I could comprehend. The forest had shown me its secrets, and I could feel the weight of those secrets pressing down on me. With trembling hands, I slowly backed away from the bonfire, my eyes scanning the shadows, half expecting the figures to return, but they were gone. The night had returned to its usual stillness, the only sound the occasional rustle of leaves in the distance. I didn't dare stay any longer. I turned and walked quickly away from the clearing, the eerie sense of the forest's watchful eyes following me every step of the way. The flames of the bonfire flickered behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something darker had awoken in the woods that night in. I would never forget the haunting ritual of the dancing shadows. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver glow over the forest like a watchful eye, peering down through the thick canopy of branches. The air felt heavier than usual, and a strange quiet had settled over the enchanted forest. I had walked these woods many times, yet tonight felt different. It wasn't just the unsettling stillness that surrounded me. It was something deeper, something ancient stirring beneath the soil. The bonfire crackled softly ahead of me, its warm light flickering like a beacon in the dark, yet I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. The forest was alive, whispering to me in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. As I drew closer to the fire, my eyes caught something unusual in the ground around its symbols. They were etched into the earth, faint but unmistakable, glowing softly with an eerie light that seemed to pulse in time with the flames. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. I had never seen these symbols before, not in the countless hours I had spent in this forest. They were intricate, swirling patterns, like an ancient language, with lines that twisted and curled into shapes that defied understanding. They glowed faintly, casting a soft light on the grass that surrounded the fire. The symbols seemed to form a circle, a perfect ring that encircled the flames. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the significance. This wasn't just a bonfire, it was a ritual. As I stepped closer, I could feel the heat from the flames, but it wasn't just the warmth of the fire. There was something more to it, something that felt ... alive. The heat seemed to come from the ground itself, as if the very earth was pulsing beneath me. I knelt down to examine the symbols more closely, my fingers trembling as I reached out to touch the soil. The moment my hand made contact, a strange energy surged through me, a jolt that shot up my arm and into my chest. I gasped and pulled my hand back, my heart pounding in my ears. A cold wind swept through the clearing, sending a shiver down my spine. The fire flickered in response, its flames twisting unnaturally, as though reacting to the breeze. The shadows around the circle stretched, reaching out like long fingers, grasping at the air. I could hear something faint, almost imperceptible, whispering, like voices carried on the wind. It was a language I couldn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable, commanding and full of sorrow. I stood up, backing away from the symbols, but my feet felt like they were rooted to the ground. It was as though the forest itself was pulling me closer, drawing me into its circle. I wanted to turn and run, but something stopped me. It was as if the air had thickened, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. The wind grew stronger, and the shadows began to move. They weren't just stretching anymore, they were swirling, twisting in patterns that mirrored the symbols on the ground. And then I saw it. At the center of the fire, something began to form. At first, it was just a wisp of smoke, but then it took shape a figure, faint at first, but becoming clearer with each passing second, a shape dark and formless, but unmistakably human. It stood at the center of the flames, its form flickering like the fire itself. I could feel its presence, the weight of it, pressing in on me from all sides. The wind howled through the trees, and the fire flared, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to dance along with the flames. The figure slowly began to move, its shape shifting with every step it took, like a living shadow. It wasn't just a figure, it was something more, something older, something bound to the very essence of the forest. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural light, and I felt a chill run through me, as they seemed to lock onto mine. "You should not have come," a voice deep and gravelly echoed from the figure's mouth. It was a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, through the trees, through the earth, through the air itself. The voice seemed to reverberate in my chest, filling me with an overwhelming sense of dread. I wanted to speak, to say something, but my mouth felt dry. The air was thick, heavy, and suffocating. The figure stepped forward, its form flickering with every movement, its feet not quite touching the ground. It was as though it was floating just above the earth, moving with an eerie grace. The fire burned brighter, the flames reaching higher into the night sky as though drawn to the figure's presence. "What are you?" I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. The figure paused, and for a moment, the forest fell silent. No rustling of leaves, no whispering wind, no crackling of the fire, just an oppressive, suffocating silence that stretched on forever. The figure's form shifted again, its outline becoming more defined. It was wearing a cloak, dark and tattered, the fabric fluttering like it was caught in an unseen breeze. It raised a hand, and the flames seemed to respond, swirling around its fingers like smoke. "I am the keeper," the figure said, its voice now softer, but no less foreboding. "The keeper of the secrets of the forest, the one who watches over what lies beneath." My eyes darted back to the symbols on the ground, still glowing faintly, still pulsing with that strange, ancient energy. It was then that I realized the circle was not just a boundary. It was a seal that kept something hidden beneath the earth. The wind picked up again, and the figure moved closer. You were never meant to uncover what lies beneath, but now you have seen. You have crossed the threshold. I took a step back, my mind racing. What had I stumbled upon? What had I awakened? The fire burned brighter, the flames now reaching unnaturally high, and the shadows around the clearing twisted in ways that defied logic. The figure's eyes never left mine, and the air around me seemed to hum with an energy I couldn't comprehend. "You must leave," it said, its voice low and warning. "The circle must remain unbroken. The secrets must stay buried." But as the figure spoke, I felt something stirring beneath my feet. The ground trembled slightly, as if something below was awakening. The fire burned hotter, and I could see the faint outline of something beneath the earth, something vast, something ancient. The figure's gaze hardened. "You have been warned," without another word. It turned and vanished into the fire, its form dissipating like smoke, leaving only the faint glow of the symbols on the ground. The wind calmed, the shadows receded, and the fire burned steadily once again, though the air remained thick with the weight of what had just transpired. I stood frozen, my mind racing. The forest was quiet once again, but I knew the secret it had just revealed to me was not something I could ever forget. The circle of symbols, the ancient warning. The keeper of the secrets had shown me a glimpse of something far older than the trees themselves. Something hidden deep beneath the soil, waiting. I turned and walked away from the fire, my heart still pounding in my chest. The forest felt different now, as if the very ground beneath my feet knew what had passed. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, the wind colder, and the fire's flickering glow haunted my thoughts long after I had left the clearing behind. And deep in the heart of the enchanted forest, I knew that some secrets were better left undisturbed, buried beneath the earth for all eternity. I left the clearing that night with my heart heavy and my mind clouded. The encounter with the figure, the keeper of the forest's secrets, had left me shaken. But the deeper I thought about it, the more questions began to surface. The symbols, the fire, and the warnings all pointed to something far greater, something ancient, and something powerful. But what exactly was it? The quiet of the forest seemed to envelop me as I walked back along the path, but the silence was unsettling. It felt as though the trees themselves were watching me, their dark silhouettes swaying gently in the wind. I could still hear the echo of the keeper's voice in my mind, warning me about the dangers beneath the earth. The circle must remain unbroken. But what was beneath? What had I disturbed? I couldn't shake the feeling that the answers lay at the heart of the bonfire, in the very symbols etched into the earth. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the fire wasn't just a ritual. It was something else entirely, something that held power over the forest and its secrets. As I reached the edge of the clearing, I stopped. There, just beyond the tree line, I could see the faint glow of the bonfire flickering in the distance. The flames danced like living creatures, casting long, twisted shadows across the forest floor. It was then that I realized something chilling. The fire wasn't just a beacon, it was a prison. I didn't know how I knew this, but I could feel it deep in my bones, like a truth that had been hidden for centuries. The fire was holding something captive, something that wasn't meant to be set free. And those symbols on the ground, the circle that surrounded the flames, were not just markings. They were chains, ancient bindings that kept the spirits trapped inside the fire. A wave of dread washed over me as the realization settled in. The keeper had spoken of the secrets buried beneath the earth. But what if those secrets weren't just buried in the soil? What if they were bound to the fire itself? What if the souls of ancient spirits, lost, forgotten souls, were trapped there, bound by the flames for eternity? I turned back toward the clearing, my feet moving of their own accord, driven by an unexplainable pull. The wind had shifted, and with it came a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper. It was a soft, haunting murmur, like voices carried on the wind, but unlike anything I had ever heard. It wasn't the usual rustling of leaves or the call of distant animals. No, this was something far more unsettling. I moved closer, the flickering flames growing brighter, casting a pale glow over the symbols on the ground. The circle was still there, glowing faintly, as though pulsing with the rhythm of an unseen heartbeat. As I knelt down again to examine the markings, I felt eaten energy in the air, thick and oppressive. The ground beneath me seemed to hum, vibrating with a low, almost inaudible sound. The fire crackled loudly, but there was something more, something deeper beneath it. Then it happened. A figure emerged from the flames. At first it was just a shadow, but it grew more solid with each passing moment. A figure draped in tattered robes, its face obscured by a hood, its hands bound by chains made of flickering fire. The figure moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its form wavering like smoke. But it wasn't the figure that caught my attention, it was the eyes. Eyes that glowed with a soft, eerie light. Eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness and look straight into my soul. I froze, unable to look away. The figure's mouth opened, but instead of words, a haunting melody began to pour from its lips. The song was low at first, a quiet, mournful tune that seemed to echo from deep within the earth. It wasn't a song of joy or peace, it was a song of sorrow, of despair. And with each note, I felt something inside me twist, as though the very air around me was becoming thicker, heavier, pressing down on my chest. The song grew louder, the sound swelling until it filled the entire clearing, vibrating through my bones. I tried to move, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I could only watch as the flames in the bonfire seemed to rise higher, reaching for the figure that had emerged from the fire, as if it was trying to pull the figure back into the flames. But it didn't go back. The figure remained, its hands bound by chains of fire, its body swaying to the rhythm of the song. The flame seemed to pulse with its every movement, and I could feel the heat rising, even though I was standing at the edge of the circle. And then, as if on cue, the whispers returned. They were louder now, not just carried by the wind, but rising from the very earth beneath my feet. They were voices, but not of any living soul. They were ancient, hollow, desperate voices, calling out from the depths of the forest, from the fire itself. "They are bound," one voice hissed. "We are bound." Another voice, softer but filled with sorrow, whispered, "Set us free." The fire crackled violently, and the figure's chains rattled. I felt a coldness seep into my skin, freezing my very bones. My heart pounded in my chest, and I realized, with growing horror, that the figure was not just a prisoner of the flames. It was a warden, bound to the fire just as much as the souls it held captive. It was trapped in an endless cycle, forced to watch over the spirits, to sing their mournful song, to keep the flames alive. I took a step back, my mind reeling with the realization. The fire was not a mere source of warmth. It was a prison for souls long forgotten, spirits of the forest who had been trapped in the flames for centuries. And now they were crying out for release, for freedom. The wind shifted again, carrying with it the faintest trace of a voice. "You cannot save us. We are bound by the fire. The flames are our chains." A sudden gust of wind whipped through the clearing, sending the flames into a frenzy. The shadows grew darker, stretching toward me, and I could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on me, their presence suffocating, overwhelming. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the song stopped. The flames died down, the figure vanished, and the clearing fell into an eerie silence. I stood there, my body trembling, unsure of what I had just witnessed. The whispers had stopped, but I could still feel the weight of the spirits, their sorrow lingering in the air. The fire no longer seemed like a beacon, it was a prison, and I had just become a part of its twisted story. I turned and fled, not looking back, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the thick, oppressive air. But even as I ran, I knew the forest had changed. The spirits were still there, bound by the fire, their cries echoing in the very heart of the enchanted forest. And I knew that no matter how far I went, the secrets of the fire would follow me, haunting me, until the end of my days. And deep in the heart of the forest, the fire burned, the souls within it forever bound to its flames. I had barely left the clearing when the events of the night settled in around me like a heavy fog. The sounds of the forest once soothing, comforting now felt unsettling. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. The trees themselves appeared darker, more ominous, their silhouettes looming over me like silent sentinels. But the most haunting part of the night was the memory of the fire, the way it flickered and danced, casting long shadows across the earth, the way it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as though it wasn't merely burning wood and leaves, but something far older, far more powerful. And the figure that had emerged from the fire, singing its mournful song. I could still hear it, that melody, deep and sorrowful, echoing in the corners of my mind. The voices that had whispered, calling out from the depths of the flames. I had to know more. I had to understand what I had witnessed. I found myself drawn back to the clearing, my feet moving almost of their own accord. The forest was quiet now, the usual sounds of creatures and rustling leaves missing. There was only the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath my feet. I reached the clearing and paused at the edge, my heart racing. The bonfire still burned brightly in the center, but it was no longer the chaotic, flickering fire I had seen before. It was calm now, almost serene, but something had changed. I took a cautious step forward. The symbols on the ground, those ancient markings that had glowed so faintly before, were now alive with an otherworldly light. They pulsed like a heartbeat, in sync with the flames. I could feel the power in the air, thick and heavy. I stood at the edge of the circle, unsure of what to do next. That's when I heard it, a voice, soft at first, barely a whisper, but unmistakable. It seemed to rise from the very core of the fire itself, curling around my senses like smoke. "You have come back," it said. The voice was deep, ancient, and filled with a strange sadness. It wasn't just one voice, it was many, all merging into one. A chorus of voices bound by time and fire. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I had heard that voice before when the flames had danced and the figure had appeared, but now it was different. It was clearer, sharper, as though the fire itself was speaking to me. "I have watched for so long," the voice continued, its tone filled with both sorrow and resignation. "But you are different. You are the one who must understand." The fire crackled, and the light from the flames seemed to grow brighter, illuminating the symbols on the ground, each one now glowing with a strange, spectral light. "I have waited for centuries," the voice said, "to tell the truth, to share the secret. But none have stayed long enough to listen." The fire shifted, as if to emphasize the weight of its words. "You, who have witnessed the souls within these flames, must now understand their purpose." I stood there, rooted to the spot, my pulse pounding in my ears. The realization began to settle over me, cold and heavy. The fire wasn't just a fire, it was a prison for the souls of those long lost to the forest. The flames had been keeping them captive, their spirits bound to the very fire that now burned before me. "You see," the voice said, its tone growing darker, "the fire is not merely a prison, it is their purpose. The souls are here to protect this forest, to guard its secrets, to ensure that nothing is disturbed. The circle you see around the fire, those symbols are the chains that bind them. They are the keepers of the ancient forest, the ones who ensure that the balance is never broken." I felt a shiver run down my spine as the voice continued, its words weaving through the night like an invisible thread. But you have broken that balance. You have disturbed what should have been left undisturbed. The wind picked up suddenly, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and leaves. The trees around me seemed to lean closer, their branches creaking as though they too were listening. The fire's glow grew brighter, its flames rising higher, licking the air with an almost unnatural hunger. You must understand, the voice said. This forest is older than you can imagine. It is not just a place, it is a living entity, ancient and powerful. And these souls, these spirits, have been bound to its protection for as long as time itself. They have been bound by the fire, by the symbols you see on the ground, and now, the voice faltered, as if burdened by the weight of what it had to say. Now, their time is running out. A heavy silence followed. The fire crackled and popped, its flames swirling in strange patterns, almost as though it was reacting to the words that had been spoken. I could feel the weight of it all pressing down on me, the knowledge of what I had inadvertently stumbled upon. The spirits, those trapped souls, were running out of time, and so was I. You are not meant to be here, the voice whispered. No one is, but you are here now, and you must choose. I didn't understand. Choose, I asked, my voice trembling. What do you mean? The fire will only burn for so long, the voice explained. Soon it will consume everything. The forest, the souls, you, but there is a way to stop it. A way to end it before the balance is broken completely. The wind howled through the trees, the fire's glow flickering wildly as if it were alive. You must decide, the voice said. Either you leave and the forest will burn, or you stay and you help. You help us hold the fire, keep the souls bound to their purpose, help them protect the forest. I stood there, overwhelmed by the weight of the choice. Leave and let everything burn, or stay and become part of something far larger than myself. The decision felt impossible, but the fire seemed to be pulling me in, its flames beckoning with an intensity I couldn't ignore. I started, but the words caught in my throat. The fire crackled louder, almost as if it were urging me to decide quickly. The spirits, the voices, they all seemed to be waiting, watching, waiting for me to make my choice. I repeated. But this time, the fire's voice interrupted. Remember, it said softly, its tone now gentle, almost reassuring. The fire speaks not just to burn, but to purify. It does not take, it only gives. And in the end, all that is consumed will return to the earth reborn. The flames seemed to steady, calming down as though the voice was giving me the time I needed to understand. I could feel its power all around me, flowing through the air, through the very ground beneath my feet. It wasn't just the fire. It was everything: the forest, the trees, the earth itself, calling out for balance. I made my decision. I didn't understand everything the fire had said, but I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't walk away. Not when the forest needed me. Not when the souls needed me. And so, I stepped forward. As I stood there, a heavy weight pressing on my chest. The decision I had made seemed to settle over me like a cloak comforting, but still tinged with an undeniable sorrow. The fire, though now calm, felt like a living thing, its flames flickering with an urgency that tugged at something deep inside me. The whispers from the flames were gone, but the air around me still felt thick, charged with the energy of the spirits trapped within. I had made my choice. I had chosen to stay. But I knew, even as the air around me seemed too quiet, that there was much more to this place than what I had already uncovered. The forest, the spirits, the fire itself, there was a history here. One that went far beyond the rituals and sacrifices that had bound these souls to the flames. A story that needed to be told. A story that, until now, had remained hidden, buried under the weight of centuries. I could feel it in my bones. With a slow breath, I crouched beside the fire, the warmth of its flames casting flickering shadows on the ground. As I watched the fire burn, I noticed something strange. The flames seemed to shift in a way I hadn't seen before. forming patterns, shapes, like memories of something long lost. The symbols etched into the earth around the fire began to glow once more, but this time their light was softer, almost gentle. And then the voice spoke again. This time the tone was different, no longer deep and commanding, but soft, almost wistful, like the voice of someone remembering a time long past. You have chosen to stay, it said. You have chosen to hear the story that has been lost. But be warned, this tale is not one of light. It is not one of joy. It is a story of love, betrayal, and sacrifice. It is a story of hearts bound to the fire, souls trapped in time. The fire seemed to grow darker, the flames swirling, twisting in on themselves as if they were recalling the past. I leaned closer, the warmth of the fire mixing with the chill of the night air. I could feel the presence of something ancient, something both beautiful and tragic, surrounding me. The voice continued, its tone now laced with sorrow. A long time ago it began. There were two souls bound to this forest. Their love was pure, unbreakable. They were the guardians of this place, chosen by the forest itself to protect its secrets, to keep its balance. Together they were invincible, their hearts in perfect harmony. I closed my eyes, the imagery forming in my mind, the story unfolding as though the fire itself were weaving the tale for me. The flames seemed to dance in time with the words, each flicker and crackle an echo of the past. But even the strongest love can be tested, the voice continued, the sadness in its tone deepening, and the forest in its wisdom knew that love, no matter how pure, could not remain unchanged forever. And so, the forest did what it always does, it chose. I felt a chill run through me, a sense of foreboding creeping into my bones. The fire seemed to grow colder now, its flames flickering more erratically, casting long shadows across the clearing. The guardians were torn, the voice whispered, one bound by duty to the forest, chosen to protect its secrets, above all else, and the other bound by love, desiring only to be with the one they had chosen. The forest, with its ancient power, could not allow them to remain together. So, it gave them a choice. The flames burned brighter, swirling in a frantic dance, as if the fire itself was reliving this moment. The guardians stood before the fire, the voice said, and the forest spoke to them. You must choose, it said. Choose between love and duty. Choose between your hearts and the balance of the forest. Choose, for the forest can hold no place for those who wish to disrupt its harmony. I could feel the weight of those words settle around me, their power nearly tangible in the night air. The fire seemed to grow darker still, the shadows lengthening and stretching into the woods like specters rising from the depths of the earth. The guardian who chose love, the voice whispered, was condemned to the flames. The fire in its endless hunger devoured their soul, binding them to this very place. Their spirit was caught between worlds, bound forever to the fire, never able to leave. And the guardian who chose duty, they were left to carry on, alone with the weight of their decision. The fire crackled again, the sounds sharp and painful, like the breaking of something precious. I felt my heart sink, the weight of the story heavy on my chest. But the forest did not forget. The voice continued, its tone now trembling. The guardian who chose duty, though they were left to watch the other burn, never stopped loving them. Their love, though buried deep within, remained a part of them. It was their sacrifice, their endless yearning that kept the balance of the forest intact. The soul that was bound to the fire was not forgotten. Their love was always with the one left behind, and in time that love became part of the fire itself, becoming a part of the forest's heartbeat, its soul. I stood in silence, the air thick with the weight of the tale, the fire before me now burning brighter, as though the flames were reliving those moments of sacrifice, betrayal, and heartbreak. I could hear the whispers of the spirits, the voices of those bound to the fire. their pain, their longing, their eternal weight. The voice, now softer than before, spoke one last time. This forest is no longer just a place. It is a memory of love lost, of choices made, of lives sacrificed. And you, the voice said, you have chosen to become part of that memory. I took a step back, the reality of what I had chosen crashing down on me. The fire, the spirits, the forest, it was all tied together, bound by love, by betrayal, by sacrifice. And now I was part of it. My soul intertwined with theirs, bound to the flames that kept the balance. I could hear the wind stirring through the trees, a soft, mournful sound, like a lullaby carried on the breeze. The forest, with all its power, with all its ancient secrets, seemed to exhale a breath, as if the story had finally been told. And as I stood there, surrounded by the crackling flames, I understood. The fire wasn't just a prison. It was a keeper of memories, a keeper of souls, a keeper of love. And though it had claimed so many, it had also protected them, ensuring that their stories would never be forgotten. And with that understanding, I felt the weight of my decision settle into my soul. This was my place now, my purpose. To stand with the guardians, to protect the balance of the forest, to honor the memory of love and sacrifice. The fire burned brightly before me, its flames now peaceful, as though it had finally found its rest. And in that moment, I knew this was my home. The night was thick with silence, the forest wrapped in an almost unnatural stillness. The fire, though now calm, still flickered in a rhythmic dance, casting soft shadows across the trees that seemed to sway in a breeze that wasn't there. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting, listening. I had come to understand much about this place, the spirits that danced with the flames, the ancient bond between them and the forest, and the sacrifices that kept the balance. But there was something more, something deeper, still waiting to be uncovered. And as I stood before the fire, feeling its warmth on my skin, I knew that the story wasn't over yet. There was more to be revealed, more to be learned. I hadn't expected it to happen this way. I had thought the fire was the end, the culmination of all the ancient rituals. But I was wrong. There was still a promised one that had been buried beneath layers of time, forgotten by all but the forest itself. The fire before me crackled, the flames swirling as though caught in an unseen current. For a moment, the air felt heavy with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. And then, as if from nowhere, a voice broke through the silence. You feel it, don't you? The voice was soft, like a whisper on the wind, but it was unmistakable. It came from the fire itself, or perhaps from something beyond it, an ancient presence that had always been here. I stiffened, unsure of how to respond, but the voice continued, its tone gentle yet firm. You know there is more, a promise that was made long ago, a vow that was never fulfilled, and now it falls to you. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. A promise, a vow. The words seemed so distant, like echoes from a past that didn't belong to me. I had never heard of such a thing, yet the fire seemed to pulse in response, urging me to listen, to understand. The flames flickered and swirled, and for a brief moment the fire seemed to part, revealing something, an image, or perhaps a memory. It was fleeting, a blur of light and shadow, but I could sense its importance, like a dream half remembered. You must fulfill it, the voice repeated, now more insistent. You are the one. The vow has been waiting, carried through the ages. The time has come for you to take it up, to carry it forth, or the balance will be lost. I stepped closer to the fire, my mind racing. A vow. What vow, and why had it fallen to me? The flames danced in front of me, casting strange, shifting shapes, almost as if they were trying to communicate something deeper, something I couldn't yet grasp. But then, with a suddenness that made my heart skip a beat, the voice returned. Long ago it began, before the fire ever burned, before the spirits were bound. There was one who made a promise to the forest, to protect its heart, to keep the balance. But that promise was broken, lost in the winds of time, and now it must be fulfilled again. You, the chosen one, must carry the vow forward, or the forest will fall into shadow. The words hung heavy in the air, each one a weight pressing down on me. The fire crackled again, as if urging me to listen, to understand. And as I stood there, something began to shift inside me. A strange sense of connection, a pull toward something that felt like destiny. I had come to this place searching for answers, but now it seemed the answers were searching for me. My heart beat faster as I realized what I had to do. This vow, this promise, it wasn't just some ancient obligation. It was something that had been waiting for me, for someone like me to come and make it whole again. Do you understand now? The voice asked, its tone softening as if it sensed my confusion. This forest, this fire, this place, they are not just a prison for souls. They are a place of balance, a place of ancient power. And the value, restore that balance, or the fire will consume everything. The flames before me seemed to flare, their light growing brighter, their heat more intense, as if the fire itself was calling me to action. I could feel its pull, a magnetic force that tugged at my very soul. And though fear still lingered in my chest, something else burned brighter, something that felt like purpose. The fire was no longer just a flame. It was a keeper of secrets, a holder of promises, a guardian of the forest. And I was part of it now. I could feel it in my bones, the weight of the vow, the responsibility that had been placed upon me. It was more than just a duty. It was a calling, one that had been waiting for someone to answer, someone who would take up the mantle of the forgotten promise. I knew now that I had been chosen for a reason. You must vow to protect the heart of the forest, the voice said, its words now steady and resolute. You must vow to keep the balance, to ensure that the spirits do not fall into darkness. You must vow to honor the sacrifice of those who came before you, those whose souls are bound to this fire, whose memories are woven into its very flames. I could feel the heat of the fire against my skin, but it was no longer threatening. Instead, it felt like a presence, like a hand on my shoulder, guiding me, urging me forward. The weight of the promise settled over me like a cloak, heavy but not unbearable. It was a part of me now, as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. I vow, I whispered, my voice trembling as I spoke the words that would bind me to this place, to this fire, to the ancient promise. I vow to protect the heart of the forest. I vowed to keep the balance, to honor the spirits, and to fulfill the vow that has been waiting for so long. The fire crackled once more, its flames dancing in time with the words. For a moment, I thought I saw something new, someone within the flames, a figure blurred by the heat, watching me with eyes full of ancient wisdom. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, leaving only the crackling fire in its wake. The forest seemed to exhale a sigh, as though it had been holding its breath, waiting for me to make my vow. And as the night settled around me, the weight of the promise no longer felt like a burden. Instead, it felt like a bond, a connection to the forest, to the spirits, to the fire itself. I had made my choice. I had taken up the vow that had been lost to time, and now the forest was no longer a place of darkness and sorrow. It was a place of hope, of balance, of life. The fire burned brighter, its flames no longer casting long shadows, but instead illuminating the path forward. And I knew, with every fiber of my being, that this was where I belonged. The forgotten promise had been fulfilled, and with it, the balance of the forest had been restored. The fire was no longer just a flame. It was a beacon of light, guiding me into the future. A future where the forest and the spirits bound to it would no longer be lost to the shadows. The night deepened around me, the world outside the circle of firelight fading into soft shadows. The forest, once alive with whispers and the rustling of leaves, now seemed to breathe in time with the crackling fire. The warmth of the flames wrapped around me like a comforting embrace, a feeling of safety that I hadn't realized I so desperately needed. The promise was made, the vow sealed, but the night was not yet done. The fire had become something more than just flames and heat. It had transformed into a presence, a living entity that seemed to understand me, my heart, my fears, and the depth of the task ahead. As I stood there surrounded by the ancient trees, the fire before me grew brighter, the flames reaching higher, as though reaching toward the very stars above. Yet, it wasn't threatening. It wasn't consuming, it was soothing. The night had settled into a hushed rhythm, the forest silent but not empty. It was as if the very earth itself was waiting for something. I felt a deep, almost unspoken understanding and unvoiced connection to the forest. The spirits, the fire, the flames seemed to hum, not with the crackle of wood burning, but with something gentler, something softer. It was as though the fire had become a lullaby, a song that had always been here, waiting for someone to hear it. I found myself sitting down beside the fire, the warmth of the flames reaching out to me like an old friend. The light from the fire cast gentle shadows on the ground, their movements slow and rhythmic, like the dance of ancient spirits. The heat on my skin was soothing, not scorching, wrapping me in a blanket of comfort. It felt as though I was being cradled by the very essence of the forest itself. The wind, once still, now carried a faint melody, soft, undulating, as if the trees themselves were singing in harmony with the flames. I closed my eyes for a moment, allowing myself to be fully immersed in the sound, the warmth, the peace. It was as if the fire was speaking to me in a language I could feel rather than understand. The cracks and pops of the burning wood became a distant background hum, fading into the quiet lull of the night. The flames swayed in time with the song, their dance no longer erratic, but steady and graceful. The melody was faint at first, barely perceptible, like the soft strumming of a harp or the whisper of a lullaby sung by a mother to her child. It was delicate, as if the fire itself was trying to comfort me, to ease the burdens that had followed me into this place. The fire's warmth seemed to seep deeper into my bones, wrapping around my heart, pulling out the tension, the fear, the weight of the journey. The fire whispered softly, the flames rising and falling like the ebb and flow of a quiet sea. And then, like a gentle wind across the surface of a still lake, the melody became clearer, more distinct. It was a song, an ancient lullaby woven into the very fabric of the forest. I could hear the soft notes in my mind, their harmony blending with the hum of the fire. The song carried with it an unspoken promise of peace, of release, of protection. I felt my eyelids grow heavy, the warmth of the fire seeping into my very soul, washing away the last remnants of exhaustion. The journey had been long, fraught with uncertainty, yet in this moment, everything felt still, like the calm after a storm. The fire, now more alive than ever, continued its gentle song, a song that seemed to echo through the trees, through the ground beneath me, through the very air I breathed. The flames grew quieter, softer, but their light remained steady and unyielding. The lullaby wrapped around me, pulling me closer into its rhythm, its peaceful embrace. I could feel my mind clearing, the worries of the world fading into the night. The fire was no longer just a thing. It was a presence, a guide, a protector. And in that moment, as I sat before the flames, I understood. The fire wasn't just a symbol of ancient power. It was a guardian, a keeper of balance, of peace. It was the heartbeat of the forest, the lullaby of the world that had always been here, waiting for someone to listen. And now I understood my role. I wasn't just a visitor, a traveler who had stumbled into this enchanted place. I was a part of it, woven into its fabric, bound by the same ancient rhythms that had always existed here. I let out a soft breath, my body relaxing deeper into the earth. The warmth of the flames seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat, and for the first time in a long while, I felt truly at peace. The fire, with its lullaby, had carried away the remnants of fear, the remnants of doubt. The night was no longer a time of uncertainty. It was a time of rest, of renewal, and I let myself be carried away by the melody, by the warmth, by the serenity of the flames. For a long time I sat there, letting the fire's song wash over me, each note more soothing than the last. The world outside of this small circle of light no longer mattered. Time felt as if it had stopped altogether, the endless ticking of the clock fading into nothing. The flame's lullaby carried on, and I let myself drift with it, my mind wandering into a peaceful oblivion. There was no need for words now, no need for questions or doubts. Everything I had sought answers, solace, purpose had been found in the dance of the fire, in the quiet embrace of the forest's song. And as I drifted further into the lullaby, the world around me seemed to soften. The trees, the fire, the night, they were all part of a grand, eternal rhythm that had existed long before I had ever stepped into this forest. I was simply a small part of it, a traveler passing through, but for this moment, I was home. The fire continued to hum, its melody now blending seamlessly with the peaceful silence of the night. The warmth wrapped around me, a comforting cocoon that invited me to rest, to sleep, to let go. And as the flames flickered gently before me, I let my eyelids close, surrendering to the soothing embrace of the fire's lullaby. As the flames of the bonfire danced before me, casting their gentle glow upon the dark forest, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of calm. The warmth was comforting, and the soft lullaby of the fire had already worked its magic, soothing my weary soul. Yet, something stirred within me, a quiet voice, a whisper that had been growing louder since the first flicker of the fire. It was a challenge. I felt it in my chest, a tightening that pulled at my courage. The fire, though peaceful in its glow, was not just a source of warmth. It was alive in ways I hadn't understood before, and as I sat there, enveloped in its embrace, I could feel its presence shifting. The air around me grew still, almost too still. The sounds of the forest, the wind rustling through the trees, the distant calls of night creatures seemed to fade into the background. Only the fire remained, its flickering flames suddenly seeming more intense, more vivid than it happened. A deep, resonant voice seemed to come from within the fire itself. It wasn't a sound, not in the way I knew sounds to be. It was a vibration, a feeling that seeped into my bones. Traveler, the voice spoke, though its words weren't like any I had ever heard. It was a language I didn't know, but somehow I understood. You have come far, seeking answers, seeking peace, but peace is not given. It is earned. My breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding harder. The fire shifted, and with it, the warmth that had comforted me began to grow hot, unbearable even. The flames twisted and churned, creating shapes and figures that seemed to move just beyond the reach of my eyes. For a moment, I thought I saw faces, old, ancient faces staring back at me from the fire. They weren't smiling. Their expressions were solemn, as if waiting for something. For me, will you face what lies within you? The fire continued, its voice growing quieter, more insistent. The test of heart is not one of strength, but of courage. Will you endure, traveler? Will you stand against what you fear? I stood there, frozen for a moment, as the question echoed in my mind. Courage, fear. Those words had followed me for as long as I could remember, lingering like shadows in the corners of my mind. I had run from them, ignored them, but now, they stood before me, as real as the fire itself. The fire's voice wasn't cruel, it wasn't angry, but there was something demanding in it, something that would not let me retreat into the safety of the night. It wasn't just a test of my will, it was a test of my very soul. The flames flickered, their colors changing, deepening into hues of gold, crimson, and violet. The air became thick with the heat, and for the first time, I felt a deep, unsettling pressure, as if the fire was searching within me, reaching into the darkest corners of my being. Suddenly, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, like a shift in the world itself. The very ground beneath me seemed to tremble slightly, as if the forest was alive and aware of what was happening. The trees around me creaked, their limbs stretching towards the fire, as though trying to pull me deeper into the circle of flames. The fire spoke again, this time with more urgency. Face the fear within you. The heart knows what the mind refuses to see. I closed my eyes, a deep breath catching in my chest. I didn't want to face it. I didn't want to look at the fear that the fire so eagerly asked me to confront. It had been a part of me for so long, an invisible companion that clung to my thoughts, my choices, my very existence. The fire's warmth now felt oppressive, suffocating even. My hands trembled, and for a moment I wanted to run to escape the growing intensity that was now surging from the flames. But I couldn't. The fire had me in its grip. It was as if I was bound to it, tethered by some unseen force. I opened my eyes again, and I saw the faces in the flames more clearly now. They weren't just faces, they were reflections of myself. My fears, my regrets, my deepest doubts, they stared back at me, their eyes hollow and accusing. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and for a moment, I thought I might fall to my knees, but something inside me stirred. I could feel it deep within my chest, a spark of defiance. The fire's presence, once overwhelming, now felt like an invitation. It wasn't trying to destroy me. It was trying to show me something that I had hidden from for so long. Stand tall, traveler. The fire whispered again, its voice softer now, almost gentle. The test is not to destroy, but to awaken what lies dormant within you. I swallowed hard. I wasn't sure I was ready for this. The fire seemed to see all of me, every flaw, every mistake, every insecurity. It was asking me to face all of it, to confront it head on. But wasn't that what I had come for? Wasn't that why I had walked so far into this enchanted forest to find myself? With trembling hands, I reached forward. The heat of the flames licked at my fingertips, but it didn't burn. It didn't hurt. Instead, it was a sensation unlike any I had ever felt, warm embrace, not of fire, but of understanding. The fire seemed to breathe with me, its flames now calm, gentle, as though waiting for me to make the choice. I closed my eyes once more and took a deep breath. This was my test, not of strength, not of knowledge, but of heart. I had to face what lay inside me. I had to face my fears, my doubts, my regrets. The fire had shown me that, and now I could either turn away or step into the flames and embrace them for what they were, a part of me. Slowly I stepped closer, feeling the heat on my skin, the warmth in my chest. And with that step, I felt the weight of years of fear and doubt begin to lift. The fire, once intimidating, now seemed to welcome me. The faces in the flames softened, their expressions no longer accusing but understanding. I wasn't being tested to fail. I was being tested to grow. As the fire settled into a soft, comforting glow, I realized something. The test was never about the flames. It was about what they revealed. The courage I needed wasn't in the fire. It was in me all along. And with that realization, a sense of peace washed over me, calming my racing heart. The fire had done its work, and as the forest around me sighed in relief, I knew that I had passed the test of heart. The fire had whispered to me, its voice now a soft echo in my mind. The warmth had become a silent guardian, wrapping me in comfort and caution. as if urging me to listen closely to the winds. As I sat by the bonfire, my thoughts drifted back to the faces I had seen within its flames, the trapped souls that had been bound by chains older than time itself. It was then that the true purpose of my journey came to me, like a sudden revelation I had been waiting for, yet had never fully understood. I had come here seeking peace, seeking solace from a world too heavy with burdens and responsibilities. But now, the weight that pressed against my chest felt different. It wasn't just mine anymore. It was theirs, the souls of the forest. The faces in the fire had been watching, waiting for someone to answer their unspoken plea. The fire had shown me their pain, their chains, and I knew then what had to be done. The flames flickered, as if recognizing my thoughts, urging me to act. I stood up slowly, my feet crunching against the dry leaves and twigs beneath me. The forest around me seemed to lean in, the shadows stretching, bending toward me. The air was thick with a sense of urgency that hadn't been there before. The trees, ancient and wise, whispered to each other in voices I couldn't quite understand. The forest itself was alive with something more than just the winds. There was a broken chain here. I could feel it in the very air, in the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. The souls trapped within the fire, within this forest, had been bound by something far darker and older than anything I had known. I needed to find it, to break it. But how? A soft voice, no louder than a murmur, reached my ears. The chain is not of iron or steel, but of will. It is broken by a heart that dares to face its fear. The voice came from the fire again. It was not a command, not a directive, but a gentle nudge, a reminder. The fire's heat now felt like a guiding hand, urging me forward into the depths of the forest where the answers lay. The moon hung high above, its pale light casting long shadows across the path ahead. The bonfire flickered behind me, now a mere glow against the vast darkness of the forest. I stepped forward, the crunch of the leaves beneath my boots loud in the otherwise silent night. Each step felt heavy, but determined. I could feel the presence of the souls around me, like a breath on the back of my neck. They were watching, waiting for me to find the key, to break the chains that had kept them bound for so long. The deeper I went into the forest, the more intense the feeling became. The air was thicker, heavier, as if it carried the weight of centuries. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches creaking and groaning, as if they too were tired of the unending silence, tired of the chains that held them as well. There was a presence in the woods, something ancient and powerful, and I felt it pressing against me, challenging me to go further, to face whatever lay ahead. And then I saw it. In the heart of the forest stood an ancient tree, its bark twisted and scarred, its roots burrowing deep into the earth. The tree was massive, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend, beckoning me forward. At the base of the tree, half hidden beneath the roots, was a glowing object. It was a chain shining, delicate, and yet heavy with power. I could feel its presence like a weight pressing against my chest, threatening to suffocate me. The chain was not made of metal, as I had expected. It was woven from threads of light and shadow, each link pulsating with a strange energy. It seemed alive, shifting and twisting in ways that defied logic. The souls, those trapped spirits I had seen in the fire, were bound by this chain, held in place by its strange power. I could feel their pain, their longing, their desire for freedom, and I knew, without a doubt, that I was the one who had to break it. I reached out toward the chain, my fingers trembling. The moment I touched it, a jolt of energy shot through me, like a lightning strike that made my entire body convulse. The pain was intense, but it was not mine. It was the pain of those who had been bound by the chain for so long, the pain of their lost lives, their broken hopes, their voices, soft whispers at first, grew louder, desperate, calling out for release. Free us, ... They whispered. Free us. and we will be at peace. I closed my eyes, grounding myself, trying to block out the pain, trying to focus on the task at hand. The fire's voice echoed in my mind. The chain is not of iron or steel, but of will. The realization hit me like a wave. The chain was not something I could break with force or strength. It was a chain of fear, a chain of regret, of broken promises and lost hopes. The only way to break it was to face it, to confront the very thing that had held it together for so long. I stepped forward, my breath slow and steady. With each step, I let go of the fears that had haunted me, the regrets that had tied me down. I thought of all the times I had turned away from the truth, all the moments I had buried deep within myself. The chain was held together by those very fears, those very regrets. I had to let them go. I had to face them head on. The voices of the trapped souls grew louder, more urgent, as if they could feel the change, feel the shift in my heart. The fire's warmth surged within me, filling me with courage, with strength. I reached out once more, my hand steady now, and touched the glowing chain. The moment my fingers made contact, the chain shattered. The light and shadow that had bound it together broke apart, falling to the ground like dust. The air around me lightened, the pressure lifting. I could feel the souls, their voices now fading into a peaceful silence, their presence no longer heavy but gentle. They were free. The ancient tree groaned, its branches swaying in the wind, as if breathing a sigh of relief. The forest around me seemed to exhale, the air clearing as if a great weight had been lifted. The souls were gone now, their whispers fading into the night, but their presence lingered in the warmth of the fire, in the silence of the forest. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the quiet. The world had shifted, and I had shifted with it. The forest, the fire, the spirits, they were free, and so was I. The journey had been long, the road uncertain. But in that moment, I realized that the chains we carry are not always physical. Sometimes they are bound by our own fears, regrets, and the choices we have yet to face. Breaking them is not easy, but it is necessary. And when we finally do, we find peace, not just for ourselves, but for the world around us. As the last embers of the bonfire glowed softly in the distance, I knew that I had fulfilled my purpose. The souls had been freed, and the forest could finally rest. And so could I. The journey that had led me through the enchanted forest was far from over, though I had thought at times that the weight of it had all but shattered my spirit. The souls, now freed, had left me with a profound sense of peace, but also with an emptiness I hadn't anticipated. The fire, though calm now, still burned with an unspoken power, as though it knew more than I did, as though it had witnessed more than I could ever fathom. That night, after the souls had gone, after the chains had been broken, the fire spoke again, this time, not with whispers, but with a deep, resonating voice that seemed to carry the very essence of the forest itself. "There's more to the fire than what you see," it murmured, "and the truth lies in the forbidden clearing." The words struck me like a bolt of lightning. The forbidden clearing. I had never heard of such a place. But something deep within me, an ancient pool, I couldn't explain, knew that it was the next step of my journey. And so, despite the caution that echoed in my mind, I felt myself moving toward it, as if the forest itself was guiding me. The moonlight above bathed the path in a soft, pale glow, and the air seemed to thicken, the trees growing denser, as though trying to keep secrets. My breath quickened, but I pushed forward, the fire's warmth fading behind me, its light dimming as if it too were fading into the shadows of the forest. The deeper I ventured, the more the air seemed to change. It grew colder, the earth beneath me softer, almost marshy, as if the land itself were trying to keep me from where I was headed. Yet the pull toward that unseen grove, that hidden place, only intensified. The trees were towering now, ancient sentinels that seemed to bend their branches toward me, their bark twisted and gnarly, as if they, too, had seen things I could not imagine. It felt wrong to keep going, but I couldn't stop myself. There was something I needed to understand, something hidden in the very heart of this place. It wasn't just about the fire, the souls, or the chains anymore. It was about what had begun this all. The origin, the voice of the fire had said dot. And then, just as my legs began to tire and my mind started to cloud with doubt, I stepped into the clearing. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, everything shifted. The world around me seemed to hush, as if the forest itself had held its breath. The sky above me deepened into an unnatural shade of violet. The air thick with a stillness that was almost suffocating. I looked around, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing here but the soft whisper of the wind in the trees. The clearing was oddly perfect, no overgrown weeds, no brambles, no uneven ground. It was like stepping into a sacred space, untouched by time. But there was something more, something hidden just beneath the surface. In the center of the clearing stood a large stone pedestal. Weathered with age, its surface covered in moss. The stone was engraved with symbols ancient, faded, yet still visible in the dim light. Around the pedestal were scattered shards of what looked like broken glass, gleaming softly in the moonlight, like remnants of a long-forgotten memory. My fingers itched to reach out, to touch the pedestal, to understand its purpose. As I took a step closer, the ground beneath me trembled slightly, as if the earth was awakening to my presence. A faint whisper, almost inaudible, slipped through the air. You are not meant to be here. The voice wasn't the fire's. It wasn't the forests either. It was something else, something ancient, a presence that reached into the very depths of my soul. The tone was sharp, filled with a warning, and I froze, uncertainty filling my veins. Leave now, the voice urged. The secrets of the clearing are not meant for mortals. But I couldn't turn back. I had already come too far. The fire had led me here. The voice had called to me, and somewhere deep inside, I knew this was where everything would be revealed. I reached out slowly, touching the cool surface of the stone. The moment my fingers made contact, the ground trembled violently, as if the earth itself had been struck by a force too great to contain. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat, but the voice, that ancient whisper, was growing louder now, filling the space around me. The fire, it said, its tone darkening, is not just a force of light and warmth. It is a prison for a power far older, far darker than you can imagine. The fire, a prison. I shook my head, confusion swirling in my chest. The fire had freed the souls had brought peace to the forest. How could it be a prison? Look around you, the voice continued, now tinged with sorrow. You think the fire is a gift, but it is the final chain. It binds the essence of the forest to an endless cycle. The souls you freed were never meant to be free. They were meant to be contained. The fire is not their salvation, but their curse. The weight of the words hit me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless, stunned. I turned back to the pedestal, my heart racing. What had I done? Had I freed them only to unknowingly release a curse upon the forest itself? And then I saw it. The shards of glass scattered around the pedestal weren't glass at all. They were fragments of something else, something ancient and powerful. The pieces were glowing softly now, the light pulsing with an eerie energy that seemed to hum in the air. I knelt down, my hands trembling as I touched one of the fragments. It felt warm against my skin, almost as though it had a life of its own. As I held the shard, the forest around me seemed to grow still, every tree, every leaf, every whisper of the wind silent, watching, waiting. To break the cycle, the voice said, now soft and mournful, you must place the shard back into the heart of the fire. Only then will the forest be free of its chains. But something in my gut twisted at the thought. Was I truly doing what was right? Or had I been playing into a force much larger than I could ever comprehend? The answer was there, in the quiet murmur of the wind, in the silent rustle of the leaves. There was no turning back. I had to complete the journey, even if it meant making the ultimate sacrifice. I stood up slowly, the shard now burning hot in my hand, its glow brighter than ever. I turned toward the path that led back to the fire. The wind seemed to guide me, pushing me forward, urging me toward the final moment. The forest had spoken. The truth was clear. Now all that remained was to see it through. And as I walked, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever lay ahead, I was no longer just a traveler. I was a part of the forest's story, and it was a story that would be told for generations to come. The journey back to the heart of the fire felt like a dream, distorted, surreal, but undeniably real in its weight. The shard pulsed in my hand, warm and almost alive, as though it had its own heartbeat, beating in time with mine. The air grew thick, oppressive, and the deeper I went, the more the silence settled over the forest. No birds, no wind, no rustle of leaves, just the weight of my own breath and the steady thrum of the shard. The trees seemed to part for me, creating a narrow, almost sacred path. I felt an undeniable pull guiding me through the twisting undergrowth. There was no going back now. I had to follow the call of the fire, to see it through to the end, whatever that might mean. As I approached the clearing, the familiar warmth of the fire grew stronger, its light flickering in the distance like a beacon in the darkness. The sounds of the forest had faded, replaced by the crackle and pop of the flames that danced before me. But there was something different about the fire tonight, something unsettling. It didn't feel as inviting as it had before. It felt the fire had always seemed to welcome me, a comforting presence. But now, as I stood at the edge of the circle, it felt as though the flames were watching me, studying me. The warmth that had once soothed now felt like it was pressing in on me, suffocating me. The shadows cast by the fire seemed to stretch and twist, as if the flames were reaching for me, hungry for something I wasn't yet willing to give. I hesitated, but only for a moment. The shard in my hand pulsed again, urging me forward. It felt like the fire was calling me, beckoning me to take the final step. I entered the circle of fire. The heat hit me all at once, but it was not like any heat I had ever felt before. It wasn't a burn, it was a searing, soul-deep warmth, one that seemed to stretch through my very bones. The air was thick with the smell of wood and smoke, but there was something else in the air, something electric, charged with an ancient power. It was as if the very air around me crackled with energy, heavy with the weight of something unspeakable. I couldn't help but feel as though the flames were alive. They moved like living creatures, twisting and shifting, their colors swirling from red to orange to violet, each flicker seeming to carry with it the weight of 1,000 whispered secrets. The flames parted, making way for me, as if they knew exactly what I was meant to do. The heart of the fire lay ahead, a roaring inferno at the center of the circle. It was massive, far larger than any bonfire I had ever seen, and its heat was so intense that it took my breath away. The flames seemed to rise higher and higher, twisting toward the sky, and yet, as I stepped closer, I felt an overwhelming sense of calm. It was as though the fire was not merely fire, it was an entity, a being with a mind and a heart of its own. As I approached the center, the flames parted again, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something moving within the fire. A shape, a shadow, something that didn't quite belong. My heart pounded in my chest as I took another step forward, drawn toward the presence within the fire, toward the very core of it. The shard in my hand began to glow brighter, its light now almost blinding, as though it were pulling me into the flames. I reached out with trembling fingers, my hand hovering just above the fire's heart. The air around me grew thick with tension, and I could feel the heat of the fire licking at my skin, almost tenderly, as though it were waiting for me to make my move. In that moment, I realized something. The fire was not just a force of destruction, it was a keeper of secrets, a prison, as the voice in the clearing had said. The souls I had freed, the chains I had broken, had been part of a greater cycle, a cycle that began with the fire itself. The fire was not the cause of the curse, it was the guardian, the keeper of the curse that had been placed upon the forest long ago, and the shard, it was the key. It was the key to unlocking the truth, to freeing the forest from the chains that bound it. But there was a cost that had yet to be revealed. With trembling hands, I lowered the shard into the heart of the flames. For a moment, nothing happened. The fire seemed to pause, still and silent, as though it were holding its breath, and then, with a roar, the fire erupted. It was as if the very heart of the forest had been awakened, as if all the power that had been contained within the fire for centuries was being released in that one moment. The flames surged higher, their colors shifting and changing, as though the fire was alive with the energy of 1,000 forgotten souls. The heat intensified, but it was no longer oppressive, it was cleansing, purifying, like the fire was burning away the darkness that had clung to the forest for so long. I stumbled back, the heat of the fire washing over me, and yet, in that moment, I felt no fear. The fire no longer felt like an enemy, it felt like an old friend, like a force of nature that was simply doing what it was meant to do. The flames roared louder, their intensity growing, but they no longer felt dangerous. They felt ... peaceful. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the fire calmed. The flames flickered and settled, the intense heat waning until it was nothing more than a soft, comforting warmth. The air around me seemed to clear, the smoke dissipating, and I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment settle on me. I looked down at my hands, the shard, now nothing but ash, crumbled into the earth beneath my feet. The fire had taken it, absorbed it, and in doing so, had completed its task. The curse was lifted. The forest was free. But what of me? I felt a strange emptiness, as though I had been part of something far larger than myself, something that was now complete. The journey had ended, and yet I felt no sense of triumph, no sense of victory, only peace. The fire had given me what I needed. The forest had given me what I needed. And now I could rest. The forest had healed, the chains were broken, and the flame, though still burning, no longer called to me. It was time to leave. With one last glance at the fire, I turned away, the warmth of the flames still lingering on my skin. The forest around me was quiet now, peaceful, as if it too had found its rest. And as I walked away, I knew one thing for sure. I would never forget the bonfire of the enchanted forest. It was a part of me now, a part of the world that would continue to live on, even when I was gone. And in the quiet of the night, I would always remember the warmth of the fire's heart, the peace it had brought, and the secret it had shared. The night after the flames had calmed, when the fire seemed to settle into a quiet lull, I found myself at the edge of the forest again, gazing into the heart of where the fire had once raged. The forest was peaceful now, almost too peaceful. It was as though the very air held its breath, waiting for something. The sound of the breeze through the trees had returned, soft and soothing, but beneath it there was a faint, lingering whisper. I had thought it was over, that the fire had given what it needed, that the curse had been broken, and the forest had been freed. But as I stood there, I realized the fire still had one last thing to ask of me. I wasn't sure how I knew it, but deep in my chest, I felt the pull of the flames once again, beckoning me back. Reluctantly, I turned and walked toward the bonfire. The fire no longer roared like it had before, but its light still shone brightly, casting a warm, gentle glow over the clearing. It was no longer menacing, but comforting, like the last embers of a long-forgotten dream. As I approached, "You have freed us," the voice whispered, its tone like the crackle of burning wood. "But there is one more thing. The forest is not whole without the fire's legacy. The words sent a chill down my spine, though the fire itself was gentle and calm. I knew the voice wasn't a threat, but a plea one that echoed from the very heart of the forest, from the flames themselves. You have broken the chains, it continued, but you must also protect what remains. The fire must not die. If it does, all that we have gained will unravel, the forest will fade, and the souls we have freed will be lost. I stood still, the weight of the request sinking in. The forest had been freed, yes, but the fire was its heartbeat, its keeper. It had given me what I needed, but now it asked for something in return, a promise to keep its legacy alive, to protect the flame. I cannot do it alone, the fire said, its voice soft, like the wind rustling through leaves. I need a keeper, someone who will carry the light when the shadows grow long. Will you be that keeper? Will you protect the flame, not just for the forest, but for all that it represents? The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. My heart beat faster, and I knew what was being asked of me. The fire was not just a force of nature, it was a memory, a symbol of all that had been lost and gained in this enchanted place. It was the legacy of those who had come before me, the souls I had freed, the spirits I had set free. How could I walk away knowing the fire would die without me? How could I leave knowing the forest's peace would be shattered? I had come this far, I had broken the chains, but now it seemed the true test had arrived. I stood there, my gaze fixed on the fire, feeling its warmth on my skin, its energy coursing through me. I thought of the people, the souls, the countless lives touched by this place, and the silence that had reigned for so long. And I thought of the promise I had made, not just to the forest, but to myself. I will be the keeper, I said, my voice steady and resolute, though my heart raced with the weight of the decision. I will protect the flame and keep its legacy alive. The fire flared, its flames rising higher, and for a moment, I thought I saw something in the blazing ancient figure, their face shadowed by the light of the fire, nodding in approval. The wind shifted, and the leaves around me rustled, as if the entire forest had exhaled in relief. The flames seemed to hum with satisfaction, their energy pulsating in rhythm with my heartbeat. The warmth wrapped around me, and I knew that the fire had accepted my promise. It was not just the flames that had needed protecting, it was the history, the stories, the lives that had been entwined with the fire's light. The forest, the fire, and the souls it held were bound together, and I had been chosen to ensure they never faded into the darkness again. I will guard the fire, and I will guard the forest, I whispered, the words feeling like an oath, like a bond between me and the very spirit of the land. I will carry its light into the future, and I will protect it for as long as I live. The fire seemed to grow brighter, its warmth spreading through the clearing. It was no longer a fire of destruction, but a fire of rebirth, a fire of life. The forest had healed, and now, with my promise, the fire's legacy would live on, passed down from one keeper to the next, ensuring that the forest's light would never fade. As I turned to leave, I felt a peace settle over me. The weight of the world, the burden of the task, had been lifted, replaced by a sense of purpose. The forest was no longer just a place of mystery and danger. It was a place of balance, of harmony, and I was a part of it. I was its keeper now, its protector, and I would carry that responsibility with pride. The night was calm as I walked away from the fire, its glow casting long shadows behind me. The forest around me was alive with the gentle sounds of the night whispers in the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl. The world had returned to its natural rhythm, and as I walked, I felt the fire's warmth still lingering on my skin, its presence a constant reminder of the promise I had made. The bonfire of the enchanted forest would live on, not just in the flames, but in the hearts of those who protected it. It would never be forgotten, and neither would I. As I made my way back to my home, The weight of the promise still fresh in my heart, I knew one thing for sure. The forest had been saved, and with it, the fire's legacy would continue, burning bright for generations to come, quieter than it had ever been before. Even the usual rustling of the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the trees seemed to be holding their breath. I had grown used to the hum of the forest, its living pulse that had always been there, but now it felt different, almost still, as if waiting for something. I stood near the edge of the clearing, the soft glow of the bonfire still warm against the cool air, its crackling flames now gentle and steady. The promise I had made to protect the fire, to be its keeper, still hung heavily in my chest. It had been days since I had sworn that vow, but something had been pulling me back here. There was something I hadn't yet understood, something the fire itself had not revealed. The fire flickered softly as I stood there, the orange and red tongues dancing calmly in the night. As I watched, I thought I saw something moving in the shadows at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was just the play of light and dark, but then the shape became clearer. I held my breath, a figure from my past. There, standing before the fire, bathed in its warm light, was someone I had not seen in years. Their features were faint, almost translucent, but I knew who it was. The face soft, gentle, with a faint smile was unmistakable. It was them. It was her. My heart stopped in my chest. "Lena," I whispered, barely daring to believe it. The figure smiled, the expression both warm and sorrowful, as though she had waited for this moment just as long as I had. "I knew you'd come back," she said softly, her voice carrying through the still air like a song from a forgotten memory. I took a hesitant step toward her, my feet unsure on the earth beneath me. "But, you single quotes, how?" Her presence felt like a dream, unreal yet undeniable. She had been gone for so long, gone in a way that had broken me, left me hollow, a part of me lost forever. The pain of losing her had faded into something more bearable over time, but seeing her now in the firelight brought it all rushing back. She took a step closer, her form flickering like a shadow in the wind. "I never left you," she said. "Not really." The words hung in the air, and I felt the weight of them deep in my chest. I wanted to reach out, to touch her, but my hands trembled, unsure if she was real, if this moment was real. "You were lost. You came to the heart of the forest, to the fire, and now I can be with you again." The fire flickered behind her, its glow reflecting in her eyes, making them sparkle with a light I hadn't seen in so long. The warmth of it reached me, but it wasn't just the heat of the fire. No, it was the warmth of her presence, of the love I thought I had lost forever. The pain of her loss, the grief I had carried for so long, melted away in that moment. It wasn't just her presence that filled the space around MIT, it was the peace that had always existed between us, a bond that death could never sever. I reached out, trembling, and before I could think better of it, my hand found hers. It was cool to the touch, but it was real. She was real. "I thought I had lost you," I whispered, my voice breaking, the words tumbling out like a confession I had never dared to speak. "I thought." Lena smiled, her gaze never leaving mine. "I was never truly gone. You know that. The fire, the forest, they are part of me, part of us. We are bound together." The realization hit me with the force of a storm. I had thought the fire was just a means to protect the forest, to keep the balance, but it was more than that. It was a bridge between the living and the lost, a way to keep the memory of those who had passed alive. "You're here because of the fire," I murmured, the words barely making sense in my mind, but my heart knew it to be true. The fire had brought me back to her, had brought her back to me. Lena nodded, her form beginning to flicker again, becoming faint, like the last tendrils of smoke rising from the embers. "I am part of the fire now, just as you are," she said, her voice a soft echo. But you must continue. You must protect the flame, keep it alive. Without it, we will all be forgotten. I felt a surge of emotion, something deeper than sorrow, more profound than love. It was a connection, an understanding of the purpose I had taken on. This was no longer just about me, about the fire or the forest. It was about everything, every life, every memory that had passed through this place. It was a legacy, something that could never be lost. I will protect it, I whispered, my voice steadier now, filled with a renewed sense of purpose. I'll protect the fire, for you, for all of us. Lena smiled, and for a moment she looked as she had the last time I saw her live, whole and full of love. I know, she said softly, and I will always be with you in the fire and the forest, just as you will always be with me. Her form began to fade, the firelight flickering as though it too was reluctant to let go. But I knew this was the way it had to be. She had shown me the truth, the way forward. The fire was not just a protector of the forest, it was a keeper of memories, a guide through the darkness. As her figure dissolved into the light, I felt her presence linger, a soft warmth against my skin, a whisper in the wind. I will never be lost, I said softly, my heart full as I watched the last of her fade into the glow of the fire. The fire crackled behind me, its warmth spreading through the night, and for the first time in years, I felt at peace. The fire had given me more than I could ever have imagined it, had reunited me with the past, but the love I thought was gone forever. And now, with the fire's flame burning steady and bright, I knew that no one would ever truly be lost. As long as the fire burned, the memories would live on. As long as I carried the flame, Lena would never truly be gone. The night was growing stiller by the moment. The air thick with the scent of pine and the faint aroma of smoke swirling from the ever-burning bonfire. The flames flickered, dancing and casting long shadows across the clearing where I stood. My heart still heavy with the visit from Lena's spirit. But something else was stirring in the depths of the forest, something I hadn't noticed before. There was a pull, a tug in the air, and it was drawing me further into the heart of the forest. I knew this feeling. It was familiar, though unsettling, like a whispered memory that you couldn't quite grasp. Something was calling me. I took a deep breath, steadying myself as I began to walk, my feet light on the earth, yet burdened by an invisible weight. The fire behind me crackled louder, but its warmth felt distant, as if I was stepping away from it, from the very essence of what had kept me safe for so long. I couldn't ignore the pull, the sensation that someone was waiting for me. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew thicker, their towering trunks forming a canopy above that blocked out most of the starlight. The night seemed darker here, the air colder, and yet the pull grew stronger. I couldn't explain it, but I had to follow it. Something was waiting for me in the depths of the woods. Minutes passed, or maybe it was hours. Time felt like a distant memory in this place, where the very ground beneath my feet seemed to pulse with an energy I couldn't understand. But then, through the thick shadows, I saw a glimmer of light. It wasn't the orange glow of the bonfire. No, this was different. It was soft, like moonlight, but it shimmered, alive, as if it were beckoning me forward. And then, through the trees, I saw an old stone archway, covered in vines and moss, standing like a forgotten relic. The light came from within it, but unmistakably there. My heart quickened as I approached. With a deep breath, I stepped through the archway, the cool air brushing against my skin like a quiet sigh. Inside the arch, the light was brighter, but gentle. It illuminated the space before Mia's small, secluded grove, surrounded by ancient stones. At the center of the grove stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal, resting with a soft, ethereal glow, was a locket. It was beautiful, unlike anything I had ever seen. The locket was made of silver, delicately carved with intricate patterns of vines and leaves. The metal shimmered in the glow of the soft light, and I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch it. But as my fingers brushed the cool surface of the locket, a sudden chill ran through my body. A voice, soft and distant, echoed through the grove. "You have come for it." I froze, my hand hovering above the locket. The voice was familiar, but not in a comforting way. It was a whisper, like the rustling of leaves, but there was something else in it, something ancient and powerful. "You have come to claim your fate," the voice continued, its tone low and mesmerizing. "But do you understand what you are taking on?" I couldn't speak. I knew, deep down, that this locket was no ordinary relic. It wasn't just a trinket. It was something far greater, something tied to the very heart of the fire, the forest, and all that had come before. A chill ran down my spine. The locket in my hand grew warmer, its surface seeming to pulse with life. I could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on me, as though the very forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I reached for the locket again, my fingers trembling. It felt right, as though it was meant for me, as though it had always been mine. But there was something else, something I couldn't shake, a feeling of responsibility, of a burden that I hadn't been prepared for. "You cannot turn back," the voice whispered, so close now that it was almost a caress. "The locket binds you to the fire. Its fate becomes yours, and yours becomes the fire's. Do you accept?" I closed my eyes, my heart racing, and I thought back to everything that had led me here, the moments in the forest, the promise I had made, the bond with the fire and those who had come before me, Lena's spirit, the souls that had been trapped. The forest itself, all of it, was part of a greater whole, and the fire was its center. I opened my eyes, staring at the locket in my hand. The silver gleamed, and for a brief moment, I saw something in it, something deeper than just a reflection. I saw the faces of those who had come before me, the ones whose fates were intertwined with the fire, with the forest. I saw Lena's face again, soft and peaceful, a silent reminder of the love and sacrifice that had shaped my path. With a deep breath, I placed the locket around my neck. The moment it touched my skin, the entire grove seemed to come alive. The trees whispered, the stones hummed with energy, and the fire in the distance seemed to roar to life, its flames growing higher, brighter. The voice spoke once more, this time with finality. "You are the keeper now. The fire's fate is yours to protect, and the forest's secrets are yours to keep." I felt the weight of those words settle over me like a cloak. I had made my choice. The fire, the forest, and the souls that rested within it, all of it, was now my responsibility. And with that responsibility came the understanding that I was no longer just a traveler. I was bound to this place, to the fire's eternal flame. The locket against my chest pulsed softly, its warmth radiating through me, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me for the first time in days. The fire would burn, and with it, I would guard the secrets of the forest. I turned away from the pedestal, the locket now securely around my neck, and made my way back toward the clearing where the bonfire still burned. I wasn't sure what the future would hold, but I knew one thing. I was no longer alone in this forest. The locket had bound me to its fate, and I would protect it, just as I had promised. And so, I returned to the bonfire, its flames flickering as though they recognized me, as though they were waiting for me. I sat by its side, the warmth of the fire wrapping around me like an embrace. And for the first time, I truly understood the bond between the forest, the fire, and me. The fire would live as long as I did, and as long as the locket rested on my chest, I would protect it. The forest's secrets were mine to keep, and with that, my journey had only just begun. The night had settled into a peaceful quiet, the kind of stillness that only the deepest parts of the forest could offer. The bonfire, still flickering with life, seemed to pulse gently as though it too had grown weary from the weight of its eternal flame. As I sat there, the warmth wrapping around me like an old friend, I felt a deep connection to the forest, as though every tree, every leaf, every flicker of light in the distance was acknowledging me. The locket hung heavy around my neck, its silver surface glowing faintly in the dim light, and I could feel the pull of the fire once more, deep inside my chest. It wasn't just a flame anymore, it was part of me. The fire had become a part of my soul, and in return, I had become a part of the forest's eternal cycle. I let out a slow breath, my eyes closing for a moment. It had been a long journey full of strange encounters, unspoken promises, and hidden truths. But now, here I was, standing as the keeper of the bonfire, entrusted with guarding its secrets and ensuring its flame never died. And yet, there was something about the way the forest whispered to me tonight, something different in the air. I opened my eyes, and that's when I noticed it. The trees, though tall and ancient, seemed to be swaying ever so gently, their branches reaching toward me as though stretching out in gratitude. The wind, once cold and mysterious, now felt warmer, softer, as if the forest itself was offering a gesture of farewell. "Is this it?" I whispered softly, my voice barely more than a breath. The end of my journey. There was no answer at first, just the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves. But then, slowly, I heard the voices. It was faint at first, like a distant echo, but it grew clearer with each passing moment. The trees were speaking, their voices low and ancient, woven into the very fabric of the wind. "You have done well," the trees seemed to say, their voices resonating in the quiet night. "The fire's flame burns brighter now, as it was meant to. You have guarded it with honor, and for that, we thank you." I blinked, unsure if I was hearing things. The forest had always felt alive, but this was something else, something tangible, something deeply emotional. I felt a sense of peace wash over me, like a wave of warmth spreading from my chest outward, surrounding me with the gentlest of caresses. The fire crackled louder, as if in agreement, and I could almost hear its own whispering voices blending with the rustling of the leaves. The flames seemed to dance in unison with the wind, creating a mesmerizing rhythm that soothed my very soul. And then, as the forest's gratitude settled around me like a soft embrace, something else happened. The ground beneath me vibrated ever so slightly, a pulse of energy that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. It was subtle, yet unmistakable. The forest was alive in a way I hadn't understood until this very moment. It was not just the trees or the animals that had a connection to the fire. It was the entire forest, from the smallest leaf to the tallest oak. I stood slowly, my legs still unsteady from the weight of the journey, but I felt rooted in this place now. The locket around my neck grew warmer, its soft glow matching the fire's, as though it too was reacting to the energy that surrounded us. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the softest of whispers, and I felt a deep sense of peace settle into my heart. "Rest now," the forest seemed to say. "Your work here is done. The fire will continue to burn, and its warmth will reach those who need it most. The flame is safe, and the forest will continue to thrive in its light." Tears welled up in my eyes as the full weight of what I had done settled in. The fire was no longer a burden, no longer a force of danger that threatened to consume everything in its path. It was alive, yes, but it was a protector now, just as I had become. The forest had entrusted me with its care, and I had fulfilled that promise. The fire was safe, and the spirits of the forest, those who had come before me, were at peace. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the wind whisper through my hair, feeling the presence of the ancient trees all around me. It was a peaceful kind of stillness, a quiet that held no fear, only gratitude and love. The forest had given me everything: its fire, its secrets, its stories, and, in return, I had honored it, guarded it, and now I would let it rest. Thank you, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. Thank you for everything. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the whispers faded, leaving only the soft crackle of the bonfire and the steady hum of the forest at night. The forest had said its farewell, and I felt a deep sense of contentment wash over me. It was time for me to go, to leave the forest in peace. I stood there for a while longer, watching the fire's flames flicker and sway, the warmth of its glow wrapping around me like a blanket, before I turned to leave. The forest was quiet now, but I knew it would always be here, always alive, always watching over the flame that would burn for eternity. As I made my way back through the trees, the night felt lighter, as though the weight of my duty had been lifted. The forest's gratitude had filled me with a sense of peace, and I knew that the fire's legacy would continue long after I was gone. The bond I had forged with the forest was unbreakable, and in the silence of the night, I could feel it deep in my bones, in the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. The bonfire would burn for as long as the forest stood, and I would never forget the gift it had given me. In the warmth of the fire, in the soft rustling of the leaves, in the very air I breathed, the forest would live on forever, and I would carry its gratitude with me wherever I went. And so, I walked away from the fire that night, knowing that the forest would continue to thrive, its flame always alight, always warm, always waiting for those who would come after me. The forest had given its farewell, but its story would never end. The flame, now bound to me, would continue to burn brightly in the heart of the enchanted woods, and with it, as I walked away from the bonfire that night, the forest seemed to sigh in relief, as though it too had been waiting for this moment. The trees swayed gently in the night wind, and the leaves whispered their gratitude. But in the distance, something else called to me, a familiar pull, soft but insistent, like a thread tugging at the very core of my being. I stopped, the cool night air brushing against my face, the locket around my neck warm once more. For a moment, I stood still, listening. The forest, though still, felt alive with something deeper, something older than time itself. And then I heard it whispers, barely audible but unmistakable, drifting through the trees like a secret being shared from one spirit to another, the fire. Its presence reached out to me, though I was far from its source. It had been quiet for so long, but now it seemed to call out, beckoning me back, urging me to return. The warmth of the flames seemed to wrap around my very soul, and I felt a sense of urgency rise within me. My feet moved on their own, as though the forest itself was guiding me, pulling me back to the heart of it all. By the time I reached the clearing, the bonfire was still flickering brightly, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The flames danced in the night, casting their warmth and light over everything they touched. But this time, there was something different about them. The fire no longer simply burned, it seemed to hum with a deep, resonant energy, as though it held a secret that had been waiting to be revealed. I knelt before the fire, the heat rising from it and enveloping me, and I felt a strange stillness settle over me. The world outside the clearing disappeared, as if the fire had created its own world, a world where time didn't matter, and where only its presence was real. Then, slowly, I heard the whisper again, clearer now, like a voice rising from deep within the flames. "You've come so far, traveler," the fire whispered, its voice soft and ancient, as though it carried the weight of centuries within it. "You've carried the flame, guarded it, protected it. But now, there is one final secret you must know." I felt a chill run through me, despite the warmth of the fire. My heart beat faster, and I held my breath, waiting for the fire to speak again. "This fire is not just a flame," the fire continued, its voice like the crackling of embers, deep and filled with a strange sorrow. "It is the memory of the forest itself, the heart of everything that grows, everything that lives. It burns not just to keep the forest alive, but to remember the ones who have passed, the souls that have returned to the earth, and the ones yet to come. It is a bridge between worlds, and you, traveler, have become a part of it. I felt my breath catch in my throat, the weight of its words sinking into me. The fire, this eternal flame, was more than I had ever known. It wasn't just a force of nature. It was a keeper of stories, a keeper of souls. It was the pulse of life itself. But there is one more thing you must understand, the fire said, its voice growing softer now, like the last flicker of a candle before it fades. The fire does not burn endlessly. It is not eternal in the way you might think. It burns only as long as the forest needs it, as long as there are those who will listen, who will carry its warmth, and when its time is done, it will fade like the last light of day. I looked into the flames, my heart heavy with the weight of what the fire was revealing. It was true, what it said. The fire would not burn forever, but it would live on in the memories of those who had felt its warmth, in the stories it had woven into the fabric of the forest. Its legacy would continue long after the flames had extinguished, carried in the hearts of those who had been touched by it. The forest, the fire, the trees, they were all connected, and I had been a part of that connection. But now I knew the time had come for the fire to rest. Its legacy would live on in the hearts of those who had guarded it, who had protected its secrets, and who had shared its warmth with the world. I felt the locket around my neck grow heavier, the warmth of the fire sinking deep into me, and I understood the fire's secret had always been there, waiting for me to see it. It was not just a flame, it was a living, breathing part of the forest, a soul that had been burning for as long as the trees had stood, and as long as the wind had whispered through their branches. Thank you, I whispered to the fire, my voice thick with emotion. Thank you for everything. And then the fire's whispering voice faded, leaving only the crackling of the embers. The warmth of the flames still enveloped me, but there was no longer a need for words. The secret had been shared, and I understood now that it wasn't about the fire burning forever. It was about the lives it had touched, the memories it had preserved, and the peace it had brought to the forest. I stood there for a long time, watching the flames flicker in the night, feeling the last whispers of the fire brush against my skin like a final caress. The forest was quiet now, but it wasn't an empty quiet. It was a quiet filled with memories, with stories of the past, and with the promise of a future that would continue long after the fire had burned its last. As I walked away from the bonfire that night, I felt a deep sense of peace wash over me. The fire's final secret had been revealed, and I had been a part of it. The forest would continue, its flame living on in the hearts of those who had known its warmth, and I would carry the fire's legacy with me always. As the last whispers of the fire's voice faded into the night, I felt a sense of profound stillness settle over the clearing. The once crackling flames now burned with a slow, deliberate rhythm, their glow softer, like a fading ember that no longer had the strength to roar. The fire had shared its secret with me, and in doing so, it had revealed more than just its own story, had shown me the truth of everything it had been protecting. I stayed there for a while, just watching. The fire's light seemed to soften the shadows of the trees, making the forest look peaceful, almost serene. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, but there was something else in it, too, something faint, like the last breath of a memory, mingling with the night air. I felt it before I saw it change in the atmosphere. The air around me grew quieter, stiller. The soft rustling of the leaves seemed to slow, and even the wind, which had been gently whispering through the trees, came to a halt. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, slowly, from the darkness around the fire, figures began to emerge. They were like shadows at first, their forms indistinct, as though they were made of smoke and mist. But as they moved closer to the fire, they began to take shape. These were not creatures of the forest, but spirit souls that had been bound to the flame for so long. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, but there was a softness to their expressions now, a peace that hadn't been there before. I stood still, watching them as they circled the fire, their forms flickering like the last embers of the dying flames. There was no fear in their presence, no anger or sadness, only an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I could feel their thoughts, their emotions, as if they were brushing against my own mind like a gentle breeze. "It is time," one of the spirits whispered, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. It was a soft voice, full of sorrow and yet so peaceful, as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The other spirits nodded in agreement, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. They were free now, free from the flames that had bound them, free from the pain and the memories that had kept them tethered to this place. The fire had kept them alive in a way, preserved their essence, but now it was time for them to move on. "We thank you," another spirit said, his voice barely a whisper. His form shimmered in the firelight, his eyes filled with both relief and gratitude. "You have freed us now. We can rest." I couldn't speak, couldn't find the words. My heart was full, swollen with the weight of their gratitude, and I could feel the depth of their journey, of their long wait. They had been waiting for someone to come, someone to hear their call, someone to understand that the fire was not just a source of warmth, it was a keeper of their souls. The fire, once so strong and powerful, was now a faint glow, its flames flickering weakly, as though it too knew that its time was drawing to a close. The spirits had come, and now they were ready to leave. I could feel their presence slipping away, like the fading light of the evening. It was a quiet departure, one that didn't need any grand gestures or final goodbyes. Their journey was complete. One by one, the spirits turned away from the fire, their forms dissolving into the night air. They did not look back. There was no need. They were free, at peace, and they were going where they were meant to go, into the great beyond the trees, beyond the fire. As the last of the spirits faded from view, I felt the air shift again, the stillness broken only by the soft crackle of the dying fire. The forest too seemed to exhale, as if it had been holding its breath in anticipation of this moment. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, as though they were offering their own farewell to the spirits that had once been a part of them. And then, as if in response to that quiet moment, the fire gave one final flare, a burst of warmth that spread through the clearing like a last, lingering kiss. The flames danced for a moment, brighter and bolder than they had been in hours, before slowly, gently flickering out, leaving behind nothing but a soft, glowing embers in the center of the clearing. It was over. The spirits were free. The fire had served its purpose, and now it would rest. I stayed there for a long time, watching the last of the embers burn down into nothing. The forest was quiet again, but this time it wasn't an empty quiet. It was the quiet of peace, of completion. The spirits had gone, the fire had faded, and the forest had whispered its last farewell. As I turned to leave, I looked back once more at the clearing. There was no more need for a bonfire now, no more need for the spirits to remain. The forest had given its thanks, and now it would heal. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of everything that had happened settle in my chest. It was time to go, to leave the forest behind. But as I walked away, I knew that I would carry it with me, the memory of the fire, of the spirits, of everything it had meant. And though the fire was gone, its warmth would remain forever in my heart. As I walked away from the clearing, the quiet of the forest enveloped me like a soft, comforting blanket. The night had deepened, but the shadows felt different now, softer, as though they were no longer full of secrets, but rather holding a peace that I had never known before. The path that once seemed so overwhelming, so full of unknowns, now felt familiar beneath my feet. I wasn't sure if it was the forest that had changed, or if it was me. But as I moved through the trees, there was an undeniable lightness in my heart, a deep, unspoken peace that seemed to settle into my very soul. I had entered the forest as a traveler, a soul searching for something answers, perhaps, or meaning. I had been burdened by my own doubts, weighed down by the worries of the world outside. But now, after all that had transpired, the fire, the spirits, the truth of the flame, I felt like someone new, someone lighter. The restlessness that had once gnawed at me was gone. I could feel it leaving with each step I took away from the bonfire. It wasn't just the forest that had transformed MAT, was everything about this journey. The fire had not only burned away the spirit's burdens, it had also burned away the heaviness that I had carried within me for so long. I felt a strange, serene clarity, like I could breathe again deeply and fully, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from my shoulders. My thoughts drifted to the spirits, their faces still fresh in my mind. I wondered where they had gone, where their souls had found peace. But more than that, I felt a deep gratitude for the way they had shared their journey with me, for the way their quiet wisdom had somehow reached deep into me. Their whispers had opened a door within my heart, and I could sense now that I, too, was part of something much larger than I had ever imagined. I had been chosen to witness their release, their final freedom, and in return, something inside of me had been freed as well. The night air felt softer now, less heavy. The rustling of the leaves was a gentle lullaby, one that seemed to soothe the edges of my mind. I had no idea how long I had been walking, or how far I had come. The moonlight filtered softly through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Everything around me seemed alive, but in a way that was calm, unhurried. The forest, once so vast and overwhelming, now felt like a safe haven, a place that had offered me its wisdom, its peace. I no longer feared it. Instead, I felt connected to it, as though it and I shared an understanding that went beyond words. I paused for a moment, standing in the silence of the woods. The weariness I had carried for so long was gone. It was as though the journey through the forest had been a pilgrimage, not just for the spirits, but for me as well. The fire, the spirits, the secrets it had all been part of a deeper transformation. And now, I was no longer the same person who had entered this enchanted forest. It was a peace like no other, one that settled deep into my bones. I could feel it in my chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire that had once burned so brightly. This was a peace that came from within, a peace that had been waiting for me all along. It was as if the very forest had wrapped itself around me, offering me solace, letting me know that I was enough, that I had always been enough. The forest seemed to breathe with me, its rhythm now in sync with mine. The trees, standing tall around me, whispered soft secrets in the wind, secrets of patience, of time, of quiet strength. And in that moment, I understood. I understood that everything I had been searching for was right here, right now, in this moment. I didn't need to search any longer. I didn't need to keep running from my doubts or my fears. The forest had given me the answer piece. The sky above me began to lighten just a little, the first hints of dawn creeping in. But it wasn't the harsh light of day that was coming. It was the soft, gentle light of morning, the kind of light that only the forest knows, the kind that invites you to rest, to take a deep breath. All the worries you've carried with you, I felt myself letting go, like a leaf caught in the wind, drifting toward the ground, finally finding rest. As the first rays of light began to filter through the trees, I knew that my journey in this enchanted forest was coming to an end. But it wasn't an ending of loss or sadness. It was an ending of peace, of understanding, of a quiet release. The spirits had gone, the fire had burned out, and the forest had whispered its final secret. I was no longer a weary traveler. I was simply at peace. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I could feel that peace sink into every part of me. filling the empty spaces I hadn't even known were there. With one last look at the quiet forest, I took a deep breath and began my journey home. The morning mist hung softly in the air as I stood there, in the place where the fire had once blazed so fiercely, illuminating the forest with its ethereal glow. Now all was still. The remnants of the bonfire lay smoldering on the ground, reduced to ashes and glowing embers that whispered their last secrets to the earth. It was a sight that should have been empty, a void where once there had been life and warmth, but for me it was anything but empty. It felt like the air itself was thick with something more, something lingering, a presence, a melody. It was in that quiet, in that stillness, that I heard it. The fire's last song. At first I thought it was only the wind, the rustling of the trees, or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me. But no, there it was again, softer than a whisper, but as unmistakable as a song carried on the breeze. A delicate melody, like the hum of a distant lullaby, one that seemed to echo through the very air around me. It was strange and beautiful, and for a moment, I couldn't tell whether it was the sound of the forest itself, or something more profound, something woven into the very fabric of this place. The forest had always been full of secrets, but this secret, this song, was like no other. I closed my eyes, trying to focus, to understand the sound. It felt like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once, as if the forest was singing to me, telling me something I couldn't quite grasp. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their branches brushing together like fingers in quiet conversation. And as they moved, the song seemed to weave through the rustling leaves, as though the entire forest had joined in harmony, creating a symphony just for me. I felt a warmth rising in my chest, a comfort that spread through me like the first light of dawn. It wasn't just the fire's memory lingering, but something more. It was the fire itself, still alive in some way, its energy echoing through the trees and the earth. That warmth, that glow, wasn't gone. It had become part of the forest, part of the very air I was breathing. I took a step closer to the ashes of the bonfire, my feet crunching softly on the leaves beneath me. The song grew clearer, more distinct. It was like a melody I had known all my life, a song buried deep within my heart, waiting to be remembered. I couldn't help but smile, the gentle, haunting tune filling me with a deep sense of peace, as though the fire was not an end, but a continuation, a passage. It was then that I realized I had never truly understood the fire until now. It had not been a force of destruction, as I had once feared. No, it was something far more profound. The fire had been a bridge, a connector, a force that bound the forest, the spirits, and even me. It had burned away what needed to be released, but it had also brought healing. It had given us all a chance to move forward, to be free, to transform. And now, with its last song, the fire was offering its final gift piece. Not just for the spirits who had been freed, but for me, for all who had witnessed its power. Its song wrapped around me, a gentle lullaby that soothed every part of my weary soul. In that moment, I knew that the fire was not truly gone yet, had simply changed, woven into the very essence of the forest, becoming part of the earth, part of the wind, part of the air. I stood there, listening to the song, letting it fill me up. It was like a memory, like something ancient and timeless, something that had always been there, but had never been heard until now. The melody was soft, like a whisper, but it held the power to heal, to comfort, to calm. It was as if the forest itself was singing me to sleep, inviting me to rest, to let go, to release everything that had burdened me. I sat down on the ground, closing my eyes, and let the music wash over me. The song was gentle but powerful, each note carrying with it a sense of release, a sense of peace. My heart, once so heavy, now felt light. My mind, once so cluttered, was clear. The song reached deep inside, touching every corner of my being. bringing comfort to every scar, every wound I had carried for so long. In that moment, I understood. The fire had given me its last gift, not in the form of flames or heat, but in this song, this melody, this eternal song of peace would live on forever in my heart. It was the fire's legacy, the legacy of the forest, and of everything I had witnessed here. It would stay with me always. I felt my body relax, my breath slowing, as if the song itself had lulled me into a deep, peaceful sleep. The world around me faded, the trees and the sky becoming a blur, until all that was left was the soft, haunting melody, rising and falling like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. And as I drifted into that peaceful state, I knew that the fire's song would never truly end. It would live on in the forest, in the air, in the earth. It would live on in my heart, reminding me always of the peace I had found, the transformation I had undergone, and the spirits that had been freed. The fire's last song was not the end. It was the beginning of something new, something profound. A melody that would forever linger, a reminder that peace, like the forest, is eternal. The night was settling in as I stood by the remains of the bonfire, its embers flickering weakly beneath the weight of time. The forest around me, once full of intensity and heat, now seemed calm, almost peaceful. The fire had gone out, but its lessons were still alive, woven into the very fabric of the earth beneath me, the air surrounding me. I had learned so much in my time here, in the presence of something so ancient, so powerful. But it was only now, as the last whispers of the fire faded into the quiet of the night, that I began to understand its deepest teaching. I closed my eyes, letting the stillness settle within me. The forest, the trees, the air, they all seemed to breathe with me now. The fire, though no longer visible, still felt very much alive, like a presence that would never truly fade. I could still hear its faint echo in the rustling leaves, in the soft crackle of the embers, in the silence that had come to rest upon the land. And I realized then that the fire's lesson was not just one of destruction or rebirth. It was a lesson in resilience, in hope, a reminder that even after everything has burned away, something new can grow, something better, something stronger. The fire had consumed everything in its path, leaving only ashes, only remnants. But it did not leave destruction behind. It had left a space for new life, new possibilities. I had witnessed it firsthand, the rebirth of the spirits, their release into the world beyond. They had been trapped, bound by chains for what felt like an eternity. But the fire had come, and with it, the freedom they longed for. The fire, in its fierce beauty, had burned away the old to make room for the new. It struck me then. That's what the fire had been teaching me all along. It wasn't about the flames or the fear they inspired. It was about resilience. The fire burned, but it didn't consume everything forever. It cleared away the old, the broken, the things that couldn't survive in the face of change. And from that, it allowed something better to grow in its place, something pure, something full of life. I looked down at my hands, calloused from the journey, worn from the struggles I had faced, and yet they were still here, still capable, still strong. The fire had burned away much of the burden I carried, and I realized now that the journey hadn't been about escaping my past, but about embracing the future, embracing the growth that followed after the burn. Like the trees in the forest that had stood through the seasons, weathered storms, endured droughts, and witnessed countless fires, they continued to stand, reaching toward the sky, rooted in the earth beneath them, hope, resilience, the strength to rise again. I could feel it in my bones now, that same strength, that same hope. It was no longer a distant dream, but something real, something that had taken root deep inside me. The fire had shown me that even in the darkest moments, when everything seems lost to the flames, there is always a chance for renewal, always a chance to rise from the ashes. The soft wind whispered through the trees, the song of the forest playing a gentle tune in my ears. And for the first time in a long time, I felt truly at peace. The fire had burned bright, fierce, and unforgiving, but it had left me with something priceless in understanding of what it means to live with hope, to keep moving forward even when the way is uncertain, when the world around us seems to be falling apart. The forest had been changed forever by the fire, yes, but it was not a broken place. It was a place full of promise, full of new life. And just like the forest, I too had been changed. The fire had taught me that nothing is ever truly lost. Not really. Every moment, every struggle, every hardship was simply a part of the journey. It was all shaping me, just as the fire had shaped the forest, just as the fire had shaped the spirits it set free. I smiled softly to myself, realizing that the journey wasn't about reaching some distant destination. It was about the journey itself, about the lessons learned along the way, and the resilience we discover within ourselves. The fire had burned away what needed to be released, but it had left me with something much more valuable. The understanding that no matter how difficult life gets, there is always a path forward, a way to heal, a way to grow. And as I stood there, the song of the forest in my ears and the soft light of the fading embers warming my soul, I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. The fire had done its work, and now it was time for me to do mine. Time to carry the lessons it had taught me, to keep them close, and to move forward with the hope and strength I had gained. The fire's legacy wasn't just in the spirits it freed, or in the ashes that lay in the earth beneath me. It was in me, too. The fire had shown me that nothing ever truly ends, it just transforms. And as I left the clearing that night, with the forest at my back and the world ahead of me, I carried that truth with me. I was no longer the same traveler who had arrived, lost and uncertain. I had been changed, renewed, and now I was ready to face whatever came next, with hope in my heart and resilience in my spirit. The fire had gone out, but its lessons would never fade. They would live on, always. The night had deepened, and with it came a soft, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. The bonfire, once a blazing force of energy, had now begun to fade. Its flames, which had danced in the wind like living creatures, had slowly shrunk, dimming as the hours passed. What had once been a radiant beacon of warmth and life now flickered like a dying star. A quiet reminder that all things, no matter how powerful, eventually fade. But there was no sorrow in it, only peace, only calm. I stood there, mesmerized by the transformation, feeling the cool air wrap around me like a blanket. The warmth from the fire had evaporated, but instead of leaving behind a chill, it had left a kind of serenity. The forest, still alive with the rustle of leaves and the gentle whispers of nature, felt different. It felt ... complete. I looked into the dimming glow, and I felt something deep inside me stir. A sense of finality, yes, but also of release. The fire had burned bright, had shown me so much about the world, about life, and about myself. But now, as its light softened, I realized that its purpose had been fulfilled. It had burned away the old. It had revealed the truths hidden in the shadows, and it had brought freedom. And now it was time to let go, to allow the darkness to return, but this time without fear. This time with an understanding that the darkness wasn't the end. It was simply a part of the cycle. As the last embers danced in the fire, I could feel something inside me, something deep and ancient, begin to settle. It was as though the forest itself had breathed a collective sigh of relief, a sound that echoed in the stillness around me. The spirits that had once been trapped in this place were gone, free to roam wherever they wished, and with them, the weight that had pressed down on the land seemed to lift. The air felt lighter. The silence wasn't oppressive anymore. It was a silence of peace, of fulfillment. The glow of the bonfire grew smaller with each passing moment, the flames receding, leaving behind nothing but the soft orange embers that would soon fade into ash. But as they dimmed, something else began to emerge. The stars above, once hidden by the smoke and light of the fire, now shone brightly, their brilliance more vivid than ever. The sky, once dark and heavy, was now clear and vast, and beneath it, the forest lay in a state of perfect harmony. I could hear the soft hum of life around me, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the trees. It was as though the entire forest had come alive again, but in a way that felt different from before. There was no rush now, no urgency. Everything was exactly as it should be. The fire had burned its last, but it had left behind something far more lasting than a simple glow. It had left peace. As I stood there, watching the last flickers of the fire die out, I realized that the forest itself had become something new. The fire had not only freed the spirits, it had transformed the land. It had washed away the past, leaving behind a future that was full of possibility. And in that future, there was no need for the fire anymore. No need for anything but the stillness, the quiet, the calm that had settled over everything. I took a deep breath, letting the night air fill my lungs. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt no fear, no doubt. Only a deep sense of belonging. It was as though I, too, had been freed. Freed from the weight of the past, from the uncertainty that had plagued me. The fire had shown me that no matter how dark things might seem, there is always light waiting to emerge. That the end of one thing is simply the beginning of another. And as the last ember fell into ash, I knew that I was no longer the same person who had entered the forest all those days ago. The journey had changed me, as it had changed the land. The fire had burned away what needed to be released, and it had left behind the essence of everything that could be. Peace, serenity, and the knowledge that no matter how much we struggle, how much we fear the darkness, there is always the chance for new light to shine through. The fire was gone, but the lessons it had taught me, the peace it had brought, would remain. I turned away from the fading glow, feeling lighter with every step I took, as if the forest itself was guiding me home. I didn't need the fire anymore. The world around me, quiet and still, was enough. The spirits were free, the land was whole again, and the fire had fulfilled its purpose. In the end, the fire had not only burned the forest, it had awakened it. And now, as I walked away, I carried its wisdom with me, its gentle glow still warming my soul. The darkness was not to be feared. It was just the space where the light had yet to shine. And in the silence of the night, I knew that light would always come again. The fire had vanished, leaving only serenity in its wake, and I, too, felt my heart find a quiet peace that I had been searching for all along. As I stood there, surrounded by the stillness of the forest, a deep sense of peace washed over me. The last flicker of the bonfire had finally faded into nothingness, leaving only the soft whispers of the wind to fill the silence. The world around me had shifted in a way I could hardly describe, like everything had exhaled a long, tired breath and finally found rest. The trees, the earth beneath my feet, and the very air seemed to hum with quiet gratitude. The fire had done its work, and now it was time for something new. I looked up. The sky, which had been hidden by smoke and ash for so long, was now laid bare before me. The heavens above stretched endlessly, their deep expanse filled with countless stars that twinkled with a calm, knowing light. It was a sight that took my breath away. Each star seemed to carry a story, a memory, a whisper of the past. And in that vastness, I felt so small yet, paradoxically, I also felt profoundly connected to something greater than myself, something timeless. The night had become a canvas of infinite possibility, the stars offering their quiet solace in the stillness of the night. For the first time in what felt like forever, I was no longer burdened by worry. The weight of my past, my doubts, the endless questions I had carried with me, they all seemed to dissolve into the vastness of the night sky. I could feel my heart begin to slow, the pulse of the forest resonating within me, calming every restless thought. I took in a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill my lungs, and I felt ... peace. It wasn't just the absence of the fire, it was the presence of something far more profound. The stars above, those ancient burning lights, reminded me that everything had its place, that everything, no matter how fleeting or fragile, was part of a grander design. I had often felt lost, adrift in a world that seemed too large to understand, but now, as I stood there, I understood. The fire had burned its last, but the stars were always there. They had been there long before I arrived, and they would be there long after I was gone. I don't know how long I stood there, gazing up at the sky. Time seemed to lose its meaning in that moment. I could hear the soft rustling of the leaves as the wind brushed through the trees, and it felt like the forest itself was sighing in relief, content that its guardians, the spirits, had found peace. The faint sound of an owl's call echoed in the distance, a soft reminder that the night was alive with its own quiet rhythm. In the distance, beyond the edge of the forest, I could see the faintest outline of the horizon. The world beyond the trees was waiting for me. Yet, in that moment, I felt no urgency to leave. I didn't want to. The stars above, the quiet of the forest, the gentle lull of the wind was enough. It was more than enough. The forest had shown me something that words couldn't capture. The fire, the spirits, the freedom it had all led to this moment. This quiet understanding that peace wasn't something that could be grasped. It was something that was given freely, like the stars above. The fire had burned with an intensity that had shown me my fears, my pain, and my regrets, but it had also shown me the way to release them. It had lit the path to a deeper understanding that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in holding on, but in letting go. As I stood beneath the stars, I could feel that lesson settling into me, sinking deep into my bones. The forest was no longer a place of chaos or danger. It was a place of balance, where everything had its time and its purpose. The fire had burned brightly, but its light had always been a guide, never an end. It had burned away the old, yes, but it had also cleared the way for something new to grow, something even more beautiful, and that beauty was now reflected in the night sky. I smiled softly, the weight of the world now light on my shoulders. The stars above twinkled like old friends, reassuring me that I wasn't alone, that despite everything I had faced, despite the fear, the darkness, the unknown, I had found my way home. And this quiet peace beneath the stars, was the home I had been searching for all along. With each passing moment, the night seemed to deepen, and yet the stars only grew brighter. They were like little beacons of hope, reminding me that no matter how lost I might feel, there was always a guiding light, always a way back. And as I stood there, the serenity of the forest enveloping me, I realized that this was enough. The fire had shown me that the journey was never about finding the answers. It was about finding the peace that comes when you stop searching, when you allow yourself to simply be. The stars above were a testament to that silent, enduring, and eternal. I took one last look at the fire's ashes, now fully spent, and felt no regret. The past had burned away, leaving only the quiet promise of what lay ahead. With a final glance at the stars, I turned and walked deeper into the forest, my heart light, my mind clear. The night was still young, and the stars above, as always, would guide me home. Years have passed since I first walked through the enchanted forest, yet the memory of that night, the fire, the spirits, and the peace that followed still lingers in my heart. It's a story I tell in whispers, especially to those who seek comfort at the end of a long day, to help them drift into a peaceful sleep. I don't tell it often, only when the time feels right, and when the firelight in someone's eyes matches the warmth of the embers I carry inside me. It's strange, isn't it? How certain moments can shift the course of your life. how a single journey through a mystical forest can change the way you see the world. That night, I came to the forest seeking answers, searching for something I couldn't quite name. What I found, however, was something far more precious, a lesson in peace, resilience, and letting go. As the years go by, that story has settled within me like a gentle fire that never fades. It has become a warm memory, one that I now cherish deeply. It's not the kind of memory that demands to be retold in grand, dramatic ways, but rather the kind that you hold close. As a whispered secret, when the world feels too loud, I've learned to treasure the quiet, just as I learned to embrace the stillness of that night by the bonfire. I often think of the fire's last song, the melody that hung in the air like the softest lullaby. I can still hear it if I listen carefully, that soothing hum that seems to echo in my soul. It was a song of endings and beginnings, a song that carried the weight of 1,000 untold stories and yet left behind nothing but peace. And when I tell this story now, I tell it as if I am speaking of an old friend, someone who shared a quiet moment with me in the dark. It's funny how stories have a way of taking on a life of their own, of becoming something more than just a series of events. I've heard it said that stories grow with time, and I've come to believe that's true. With each retelling, the fire's glow grows warmer in my memory, the crackling of the wood more comforting, the stars above more brilliant. It has become a bedtime tale, one I tell to help soothe the restless minds of others, to offer them the same sense of peace I found that night. I speak of the fire's warmth, how it flickered and danced as if it had a life of its own, casting long, dancing shadows in the trees. I tell them of the spirits, their soft, melodic voices that spoke without words, their presence both calming and mysterious. I share how, in the quiet of the night, the forest seemed to breathe along with me. The trees, the wind, the very earth beneath my feet all moving in harmony. But most of all, I share how the fire had a way of making everything feel as if it was exactly where it needed to be. It showed me that peace doesn't come from finding all the answers, but from accepting the journey, from letting go of the need to control what can't be controlled. It taught me to trust in the silence, to listen to the stillness, and to allow myself to simply be. And so, when I speak of that night now, I do so with a sense of serenity. I no longer feel the need to search for meaning in every twist and turn. The forest has given me the clarity I sought, and I carry that with me as I walk through the world, knowing that, like the fire, I too can burn brightly and then fade into the night, content in the knowledge that I have lived fully, even in the quietest of moments, in the softest of voices. I tell the story of the enchanted forest, of the fire that burned so brightly, and of the peace that followed. I tell it to help others find their own way to rest, to let go of the day's burdens, and to surrender themselves to the soothing embrace of sleep. After all, sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that leave you with nothing but a warm, quiet feeling in your heart. As I recount the details, the way the firelight flickered, the way the trees seemed to sway to an ancient rhythm, might notice the room grow quiet. The tension of the day seems to melt away, replaced by a calm that I've come to recognize as the signature of the fire's magic. I know even as I speak that the story is doing its work. The listener's eyes grow heavy, their breath slowing, their body relaxing as they drift into the peace that the fire offered me so many years ago. I tell them about how the spirits, one by one, found their peace, and how I too, eventually, was allowed to leave the forest. I speak of the stars above, and the way the night seemed to stretch endlessly, offering me the comfort of knowing that, no matter where life took me, I would always carry a piece of that forest with me. The memory of the fire, the feeling of warmth and serenity, would be mine forever. It's not just a bedtime story, really. It's a gift one I share with those who need it most. When the world feels heavy, when the weight of the day becomes too much, I share this story to remind others that peace can be found in the quietest of places. It's a story of surrender, of letting go, of trusting that everything will be okay in the end. And sometimes that's all we need. To hear a story that assures us that, no matter how dark the night may seem, there's always a light, a warmth, a fire waiting to guide us home. And so, as the last words of the tale slip from my lips, I watch as the listener drifts off to sleep, their face peaceful, their mind at ease. And in that moment, I am reminded once more of the magic of that night, of the fire that still burns brightly in my heart, and of the simple truth it taught me. Peace is never far away, if you know where to look. And with that, I close my eyes, too, letting the warmth of the fire's memory carry me into sleep, knowing that the story, like the stars above, will shine forever.